Good, good, good. Beautiful move on the dollar today. Ripping to the upside. Very strong. Should hinder gold. Why are you taking so long to open? What is happening with my brokerage? Come on. I think my brokerage is broken. Come on. Let's log on to the other one. That's not cool. They're not letting me in. Oh, there's an update. Oh, I don't even want the update. Maybe I have to do it. But shit. I'm gonna try one more time without doing the update. Look at that dollar, guys. Flying this morning. It's flying. All right, I'm in without the update, thankfully. Thankfully, I did not have to update it. All right, top gainers. NASDAQ. Oh my goodness gracious me. Is anyone looking at Beyond Meat? Oh, thank goodness I didn't short that thing. Now it's into a shortable level. Wow. Look at BYND. Holy moly. Now it's into a much better risk to reward zone. I mean, talk about a pump this morning. Holy moly. Did not expect that this morning. I would have lost 500 bucks had I entered put options yesterday. Wow, I'm grateful I stayed away. Now it makes me want to throw 1,000 bucks into it. That's a crazy gap up, guys. That's insane. Just shows you, eh? It just shows you how squeezy, and that's the thing, right? It's such a small company that they squeeze this beyond belief, right? Wow, BYND. Huge mover. I mean, just astronomically big. That's where it went in the pre-market. All right, check. Is that better? I wonder if I tune in. Can I hear myself? An- Anyone can hear me now? It's super weird. It says I have sound, but not too sure what's going on. Mic check. Mic check. Oh, you guys hear me now? Perfect. That was weird. It said I had volume the whole time, but um, perfect. All right. All right. So good morning, everybody. Why don't we just start from the top again because I was rambling to myself. Basically, we will discuss everything quickly again. So what we're seeing today is a squeeze in some of your meme mania stocks. Donut, Krispy Kreme, ripping to the high side. Thank goodness I didn't short BYND yesterday. That stock is just mooning. 681 on deck, and it hit a high of all the way up 883. This is a top short idea today. I'm hoping it stays elevated around this upper vicinity. But man, that's looking pretty juicy, I think. Pretty juicy. So hopefully that can stay somewhat elevated this morning. I would now definitely short it with that big of an extension move. So hopefully you guys stayed away from that. But meme mania stocks are squeezing to the upside right now. Absolutely incredible momentum. Incredible. All right, so GEV reports earnings, guys. Gapping up to the high side, still in a little bit of a bearish sort of near-term trend underneath your 7 and 20. Thermo Fisher gapping up this morning. This is actually an interesting short idea. It is a top trade idea, guys. TMO. I'm looking for a bit of resistance, a day trade scalp. I don't think it's a swing short yet, but a day trade scalp after it did print that daily kind of doji topping tail candle yesterday on volume ahead of earnings. Stock is retracing that fully. I'm looking around 574 resistance. So I think that that is a high probable trade setup. What resistance levels you have here? You have a nice downsloping trend line. You have a weekly gap fill, which looks pretty strong in my opinion. So I do like that one for a top short idea. TMO, earnings gap up. All right, another top short idea this morning, guys, is APH. APH having strong earnings, gapping to the high side right now. It did hit a high of roughly a 137 and change. What I think is occurring here is the same structural setup like we saw in its previous earnings report here in July. What happened in July? If we look at this structurally, the stock closed negative on the session right ahead of earnings. The following day, they gapped the stock up about 6%. Within that trading day, look at the epic decline from the high, the swing high to the low. I mean, that was about a 12% range. So I'm expecting some sort of a candle formation. It's almost a near identical setup as your previous July earnings. I think there's going to be additional profit taking here into this all-time high. So this is a top short idea. Let's just look at how the stock played out off of that July earnings. Let me go back to the regular trading session and we'll scroll all the way to July. Where is July? That's August. Let me go to the 4-hour chart here so we can get there a little bit quicker. May. All right, here we are. So July, it seems that within the first, let me go to the hourly now. Come on. But this is actually my probably my favorite setup so far this morning. So it was pretty much within the first hour, sell, rest, sell. Yeah, so you had a full day of selling after that gap up on APH, guys. That is something that I like a lot in terms of put options. If we can replicate that 12% distribution move, we are all rich. Whether or not we have the cojones to stay in for a full 12% reversal, I don't know. But I like that structural setup. I just want to look at the intraday action that occurred, because again, this could be a nice trade setup this morning. I am liking it. Come on, August, where are we at here? Just want to go to the 10-minute chart just to see how it played out. Structurally, that's August again. The stock has a high statistical probability of when it gaps up, it gets sold into. There's been a number of moves where it gaps up, gets sold into. All right, here we are. Yeah, look at that move. So basically you printed your first little 10-minute doji candle move there. You swept the high and then it was all downhill. That is beautiful. I like that a lot, guys. I like it a lot. That's exactly what I'm going to be going for. So basically within the first, what is that, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 minutes of trading. So just over an hour, the stock fell about almost 4%. Then you chopped around for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So another 2 hours, the stock made a bear flag. And then into the end of the day, you just absolutely got creamed. Interesting. All right, so that is definitely a top short idea, guys. All right, let's keep scrolling through here. Again, I'm looking at gold as a long. I'm hoping gold stays depressed and goes back down here. I want to pick up some GLD calls just like we did yesterday. So gold has actually fulfilled. Let me pull it up on my bigger chart here. Gold has actually fulfilled my 4-hour M-top formation target. You can see that at M-top, double top, you've completed that fully measured move down to this 4,035-ish area, 40-ish area. Simultaneously, gold has also backtested the 20-day moving average. This is the first backtest since we broke out here of the 20-day moving average. It's been a hard sell. Again, I am interested in scalping long gold, but I wanted to revisit the lows. Right now, it's still down 1.5%. The big thing for gold now, guys, the bulls, are we going to create now another potential head and shoulders, a much larger one? This would be the formation of the right shoulder. We're in the process of starting. So that's something that the bulls need to be mindful of. Same thing with the bears. But for now, it is into a day tradable scalp level. All right, let's see what else we got going on. Come on, stay up there, BYND. Top losers on the session. All right, we discussed ISRG. We discussed APH. Zoom Info Capital One is looking pretty decent off of its earnings report, guys. So COF acting pretty well today. Gapping to the high side, daily chart. Looks like Capital One's going to press to all-time highs. Remember, Capital One has this larger bullish pattern at play. So once it breaks out of this next consolidation phase, Capital One's going to about 265. Still looking very strong. We are seeing some more distribution in these quantum names, guys. Wow. They are under pressure. We also have a long scalp opportunity on QBTS, just like we scalped it yesterday for a nice win. We have yet again another opportunity. This is getting a little bit more intriguing for a potential dead cap swing tradable bounce. I think you could easily bounce, call it 10%, 11% from here. Still very risky. I was hoping for a move into this 29 zone and even maybe this 28 zone. Your previous little upsloping trend line going all the way back to December 2024 pivot. but these quantum names have just absolutely free fallen. You can see the amount of liquidity that they've trapped up here. Just a nasty, nasty chart for quantum Rigetti as well. The only disappointment is that I closed my put options too early on these names, but nevertheless, money has been made. Let's see if we can get a scalp opportunity on this ticker. So I think that that is also another top watch. Quantum stocks look pretty decent. All right, Humana, HUM seeing a little bit of sell side pressure this morning. Chart pattern is still trying to break out and trend to the upside. UniFirst, so ticker UNF, seeing a little bit of a down move this morning. Also reporting earnings, gapping down right now on earnings. Obviously, earnings wasn't that impressive, but UNF was looking pretty bullish on your daily chart, and now all of a sudden, it's got this much larger bearish formation literally about to trigger right now. A massive weekly chart head and shoulders formation. Not looking good for this ticker UNF. Nasty pattern. Let's take a look at Henry Sheen, HSIC. That is also gapping down this morning. HSIC closing at 64.23. I'm not really getting any pre-market data. Maybe that's wrong. Let's look at TXN, Texas Instruments. TXN, big gap down. So semiconductors are looking a little bit vulnerable here on the back of sympathy. You can see this little bit of a breakout zone on TXN that it was holding. Now you've lost that. So that is a very, very bearish break in the near term. There is some support here on TXN, some minor support. But I think the bigger area that TXN wants to retest is call it 150. Let's just see if there's any sort of a day tradable level. You got some previous pivots, a little bit of an impulse breakdown zone, gap fill. You know, I would consider it maybe into that area. Let's just see where we went in the pre-market. Yeah, so you're almost at the dead lows for TXN, guys. That's not a healthy sign, that's for sure. You know, but I would maybe take it at this 161. I would consider it. There's a potential for a long. But TXN looks like it could be in a short the pop mode, bearish breakdown. If you get a decent sized pop on this one, I think you have a nice opportunity to fade it with the overall downtrend starting to resume. All right, Mr. Netflix, guys. Everyone's watching Netflix. You know, so it's not really my top idea for a trade. Obviously, stock is expensive. It does have institutional support levels, but I think that they're going to chop Netflix down lower here. The only area that I'd consider taking a stab on the long side is really down around this 1126. You can see this lower boundary channel. Believe it or not, I do have a bearish target that kind of confluences with the daily 200 moving average. So that's what I'm looking at for Netflix. All right, BE, ticker Bloom Energy, that's under pressure this morning. So BE's seeing some net distribution signals. We'll see if that stock probably wants to retest its 20-day moving average. Let's look at CRML. Again, gold stocks are certainly getting hit this morning. Natural gas slightly green. Crude oil up about 1.97%. GDX down another 3%. ONDS falling down another 4.5%. Open Door down a couple. Oklo down another 4.6. So you're still seeing some net distribution in these uranium nuclear stocks. Oklo yet again down. I think the big thing you need to watch for today is your semis. Your semis are definitely showing some weakness down here. So SOXX is under pressure while the S&P is actually still green, believe it or not. DraftKings having some positive news this morning on the back of them launching their own prediction markets, kind of like Robinhood, just following the lead here. So that's seeing some strength this morning. You got CoreWeave under a little bit of pressure. So CRWV put in a little bit of a doji yesterday. That is trying to firm up in the very, very near term. AMD slightly negative. Energy stocks are showing some strength. Serve Robotics down. Ouster's down. BlackBerry slightly green. LiDAR stocks are under a little bit of pressure. Rigetti down 3.8. QBTS down 6.65%. That's crazy, eh? Archer Aviation's down. MicroStrategy's down. Everything is pretty much seeing a little bit of sell side pressure today, so that should be an indication that we could potentially have a little bit of a sell day in the markets. That's what things are setting up, it seems. It does seem that way. Microsoft is strong. Amazon's really weak. So Amazon had a stellar day yesterday, seeing some profit taking, giving back about half of that. Microsoft is ripping in the pre-market today up 0.74. Nvidia right now is basically flat. Apple at the moment is down 0.43. Google right now is ripping to the upside. Meta slightly green. Tesla is basically flat. So it seems that it's a bit of a distribution day in a lot of your semis. Few of your semis. We'll see if more semis get hit. And then same thing simultaneously, your high beta stocks are getting absolutely wrecked. You know, your quantum names are getting, yeah, BYND, we're going to short BYND for sure. I'm hoping it stays firm. I'm looking at long and gold, shorting BYND, shorting APH. Those are kind of my top plays today. So we got several shakers and movers today, guys. There's a lot of volatility. I'm hoping gold goes through one more little sell candle here. Let me just do a quick final scan here of the market. So we discussed quantum, we discussed nuclear, Lithium Americas Corp's down, Oklo down, Joby, okay, a little bit of weakness there. Veritiv Holdings acting well. AT&T down 3.1%. APH, Boston Scientific, Archer. All right, it is 9:24. So I am going to go into split screen mode here, guys. We'll pull up SPY. So right now you have SPY green, QQQ negative, and the IWM actually also negative. So your Russell 2000 is definitely leading the charge in the very near term to the downside. We'll see what type of price action it wants to give us here. So SPY tried breaking out yesterday to all-time highs. We'll see if it can do it again. I'm going to watch APH here. I got BYND on my other screen. I got QBTS on my other screen. And what else do I want to watch here? Got that name. I got Sir. Let me just do a quick another scan here. Yeah, Rigetti, QBTS, all under pressure. Krispy Kreme squeezing. IREN is also getting wrecked, guys. Iron. That's seeing a hard downfall yet again. So going through lows, high crypto computing stocks are under a lot of pressure. All right, but I like APH the best, and I do like BYND. So I'm going to watch BYND on my other screen here. I'm hoping that it can firm up and basically hold its majority of its gains. Right now, what are we up in the pre-market? UIND up about 80% or so. That's a nice move. Really solid move for sure. This APH is my top short idea, guys. Top short. And gold is also a top watch of mine. I do like the gold chart. Come on, gold, go back down. Go back down so we can go long. So again, just to summarize things, guys, we are looking at gold GLD longs. If we can get a retest lower, we're looking at BYND put options. We're looking at APH put options. Even a swing short isn't a bad area up here. We're also looking at quantum for a dead cap bounce. QBTS, I think, is into a very good risk to reward area as we speak. Just grab some more coffee. Ready to go. Try to make some money. One. Good. So open here, you can see SPY's under a little bit of pressure, minor touch of pressure. BYND still holding steady. Dollar is softening here. The S&P 500 trying to hold steady here. QBTS getting a lot of alerts here. BYND up about 68% coming in right now. APH coming in. Big bounce on quantum, guys. Really big bounce on quantum. BYND still trying to hold steady here. SPY still softening up here. Quantum stocks absolutely ripping. APH starting to come in. Let's look at BYND. APH coming in from the highs. No real setup for APH in the options chain. You would have had to just short it with common shares. SOXS is starting to rip here, guys. BYND back under $6, looking a little bit heavier here. Come on, BYND, give us a little bit more. SPY is starting to get cracked down here. A little bit of weakness creeping back into these stocks here. Data Vault still down 6. QBTS down 3, but bouncing sharply. Open Door down a little bit. Krispy Kreme still up 27%. Beyond Meat still up 62%. Your S&P just hanging around here. Just hanging around. Come on, give me one more sweep of the highs Beyond Meat, and I would look for a short setup. I was looking at potentially entering $5 puts for the end of the week. It's very aggressive, but don't sell off too much there, BYND. Don't do it. All right, SPY is coming into an area of opportunity. It's your back testing of that neckline, but keep in mind your semis are really weak today, guys. Semiconductors are so weak this morning that should be certainly taken into account. Beyond Meat starting to come in here. QBTS getting sold into, almost right back down to the lows for quantum stocks. Pretty intense. Big dip there on your S&P 500. Beyond Meat is starting to come in a little bit more now. How's gold doing? Gold is still hanging around 4,054. Not really doing too much there. BlackBerry having a good day. QBTS still down 6.5%, guys. Serve Robotics under pressure. Beyond Meat still getting hit pretty hard right now. Your dollar is softening, so GLD could catch a decent bid here, guys. Off of the lows, it would not surprise me. Look at that sell on Beyond Meat, guys. Nasty sell on BYND. Nasty sell. Still seeing quantum stocks under a lot of pressure. Take a look at QBTS. It is into an interesting area here, hitting a little bit of a gap fill zone as well as a previous point of control. There is some support here for sure. S&P 500 is still somewhat heavy here. QBTS trying to go lower. Big drop there in QBTS. Gold is still trying to push here. Beyond Meat still coming in. Nat gas holding steady. All right, guys, this is a long area for QBTS. This is a bit of a scalping opportunity in my opinion. All right, high risk trade. I took $31 calls for the end of the week. High risk trade, $31 calls, guys, for the end of the week on QBTS. High risk. Still trying to melt it a little bit lower. QBTS is down about 8.2% and ripping to the downside. SPY's catching a bit of a bid. Beyond Meat still selling from the highs here. BYND not showing much love. Good serve here. They're getting liquidated here in full force. Gold still trying to make a little bit of a push here. Archer sweeping the lows. CoreWeave still down a couple. Webull down on the session as well. QBTS is still going. Yeah, SPY is starting to roll pretty heavy here. Pretty heavy. Still no bid there in QBTS. It's trying to find a little bit of support. Still struggling down in this vicinity though. Your S&P is still holding on to some positive structure right now. Your S&P has got a big tail candle here. Still no bounce yet in QBTS. We are still seeing the S&P holding basically flat on the session here. Somewhat flat. Here comes QBTS. Come on. Take a screen. BYND trying to hold that 550 area, looking like it could make a little bit of a push and pop. We will see. Nat gas still holding steady. Open door down 6.9. Plug power down 5.9. Rigetti still down 5. Nvidia's green. Come on, QBTS, bounce it. here. Beyond Meat just halted, guys, at 611. BYND halting at 611. I'm still interested in shorting it. I've just been patient. I'm trying to let that initial volatility get squeezed out of it. So I am interested. If they gap this stock up, that's a short, guys, on BYND, okay? Hey, that might be a good thing. They might save you. But there's always shares available, guys. Beyond Meat is super liquid right now. What you have to do is call your trading desk. They putting stops in place to protect their market and platform participants. It's a natural procedural step that brokers put in place for their clients. You have to call your trading desk and get on the hard to borrow list if you're wanting to short some of these high flyers. They'll find you shares, no problem, guys. Beyond Meat's volume is just insane right now. What are we trading at for volume trend? 512 million. Yeah, there's shares available for sure. So it's just a little bit of a safety protocol put in place by the market. That's why the chain is super liquid too right now. Gold has made a nice move. That APH is trying to come in, guys. AMD trying to go positive. SILJ made a bullish reversal. DraftKings still strong. SOXS. Oklo now down 9%. Open Door down 7. Look at the big bounce on QBTS. I like it. Come on, QBTS. Rip it. Take QBTS positive and I'd be a happy camper. SPY's looking structurally a little bit better here. Go QBTS, go. QBTS trying to rip. Go, 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 go. Keep squeezing. You got way more than that. Make that red to green reversal. I could see QBTS making a nice reversal down here. It's putting in some really, really strong oversold conditions. So I'm expecting QBTS to make a big push today, depending on what the market does, obviously. Come on, you got more in you. You got more in you, QBTS. So BYND halted at 611, guys. Remember, its pre-market high was all the way almost at $9, around 890, give or take. Let's push on QBTS, guys. Really strong push. Here we go. Contracts are ripping to the upside. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Can we make another winning trade today on the live stream? I'm up 45%, 50% on the ask. Let's go, QBTS. Get these calls in the money. Take this stock green. Can we get QBTS and Quantum to go green today, guys? QBTS making another push here. Come on, Quantum. Still down 3.6%. Go, QBTS. Rip it. Rip it. Rip it. Keep squeezing here. S&P is trying here. QBTS trying to make a V-shaped recovery here. Webull getting absolutely dusted. S&P still looking a little bit. All right, Beyond Meat is open again, guys. BYND is open. Kind of seeing a little bit of selling off of that $6 area, but still acting well. S&P starting to come in just a touch here. Gold still hanging in there. Your dollar softening a little bit. Let's look at the IWM. IWM is trying to hold some 10-minute chart support. Still down 0.45%. Come on, QBTS. Make your next punch higher here. Go, 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 go. Rigetti is only down a couple percent, almost green. BYND pushing to a new high, trying to squeeze some more. Your IWM is still a little bit vulnerable down here, but trying to hang on to some 10-minute chart support, retesting a 5-minute little bottoming tail. Go QBTS, go, push it. IWM still trickling a little lower here. SPY trying to trickle a little lower here. BYND pushing up 73.2% and squeezing. You can see QBTS wants to target that opening range high. It's trying to get through prior day low. It's just trading right underneath it, guys. Right underneath QBTS. Yep, BlackBerry's making a nice move for sure. BlackBerry is making, it's up 8.84% BB. So very good price action for BlackBerry. I'm watching that on my other screen for sure. Come on, Quantum, make a big push to the green side. Make a big push. S&P 500 still trickling a little bit lower here. BYND still looks strong. I'm still interested in fading that move, but I want to see it really make a nice impulsive move to the upside. Still long QBTS. QBTS $31 calls have just been tapping in the money here. We're up 50%. But I'm looking for a little bit more. I want to see it kind of test this opening range high. You can see it's running into just a little bit of resistance here at this prior day low, but not looking too bad here. Your IWM still seeing a little bit of selling, some minor selling. Come on. Webull still getting smoked. IQ having a nice day, that's up 3.7. BlackBerry still strong. Gold is still trying to press a little bit here in the very near term. Acting today on the session, Tesla still negative, Google ripping. And guys, I do have some inclement weather here, some stormy weather. We had power failure earlier, so hopefully I can keep my connection. I'm really, really hoping. Gold trying to make a little bit of a push higher here. You have the IWM trying to bounce a touch here. S&P still bouncing. Webull under $11. That's crazy, eh? Come on, take QBTS and Quantum Green. I would love that. I would absolutely love that. Look at that APH ticker. That's starting to sell off as well. APH starting to sell. A little bit of selling coming into QBTS. Markets are still acting okay. Intel down 1, Rigetti still down 3.5, Open Door down 8.19%. Nike slightly green, Serve Robotics under some pressure today. BlackBerry though ripping to the upside, guys. Look at that BlackBerry God candles, guys. Bang, bang. BlackBerry looks poised for a potential breakout to the upside, guys. It's looking pretty juicy. All right, a bit of selling coming into QBTS. BYND getting rejected pretty hard after it made a brief new high of day. Getting hit somewhat to the downside. Microsoft holding steady. Nvidia holding steady. Google absolutely ripping to the upside today. PayPal down. Chipotle seeing some distribution. Nat gas still strong. Bitcoin just flat. Ethereum down a 0.4. Nvidia though up 1.23% and charging. Lululemon taking a bit of a consolidation breather. QBTS seeing some softening here. It's okay though. Your S&P 500 is still trying to firm up and hold here, potentially forming what appears to be maybe a head and shoulders formation, but you haven't triggered it. You're still holding that bullish neckline of your inverted head and shoulders, believe it or not. BYND coming in, QBTS starting to see some more selling. Come on, QBTS, what are you doing? Crazy volatility. Crazy volatility in these high beta stocks, guys. Crazy volatility. WTI pressuring bonds. Yippers. It's a good observation. Yeah, you still have your bond market green. Sorry, yields are green, bond market red. Gold still down 1.13%, but trying to firm up. Bitcoin still negative. SPY flat. Q's negative. IWM negative. Amazon getting hit pretty hard today. Come on, QBTS, make your next push higher here. Is this going to trigger a bit of a 1 minute bullish inverted head and shoulders? Let's see what type of a move we would get if this were to occur. It's a big if. Could head to 32.67. That would be pretty juicy. That would be pretty juicy. So breakout target. If QBTS breaks out of this little zone, we could have a move to about 32.70-ish. If it breaks out. BYND still trading at 554. IQ having a good day. What's happening to my mouse here? IWM still trying to hold its 10-minute chart support level. QBTS seeing some more selling. Crazy. Still down 5%. Rigetti down 4. ENVX down 3. IREN made that red to green reversal, up 3.42% now. Hood is still under pressure, down 2%. Webull still down a couple percent. Boeing slightly negative. DraftKings up 2.6. IONQ still down 2.7. Oklo down 11% now, ladies and gents. OKLO seeing some significant pressure today. Testing 124, piercing 124 as we speak. Oklo really coming in. Come on, here comes QBTS potential next leg. Let's squeeze this baby higher. Break quantum out, guys. We traded quantum yesterday for a nice gain. Today we're already up 43% on the bid. Again, I got filled at $1 on the $31 QBTS calls at the lows of the session. That was all called out, telegraphed, and I'm optimistic that they can break QBTS through this opening range high. That's where I think we're going to try to. The only thing that could hinder this is the market starts to waterfall down. But you have the backdrop of stocks squeezing. You do have some distribution in your semiconductor market, and these quantum names are some of the more intraday oversold names. Granted, they're still extended on some of their metrics on a fundamental basis, but they are still oversold intraday. So I'm optimistic that these names can continue to see. SPY coming in though. It's a bit of a problem. Apple's down 1%, Tesla slightly negative. Google still up 1.5%. Nvidia seeing a little bit of distribution, but still green. Microsoft up 1%. Amazon down 1.46%. Come on, Quantum. Don't sell off yet. SPY is trying to hold here. Definitely a little bit of selling occurring in your S&P here. BTS starting to come in just a little bit more now. ENVX trying here. Come on, Quantum. You little beast. Webull trying to gain some liquidity off of this lower boundary area. SPY's holding 5-minute chart support. Amazon's still struggling today. SPY's flat. Q's negative slightly. Russell's still negative. Crude oil up 2.35% on the session. So the retest lower here on QBTS. Come on, QBTS. Get your big butt up there. You know you want to try to make a push here. You know you want to. All right, SPY. Trying to get going here. Still seeing a little bit of selling. BYND still on watch, guys. I have not forgotten about BYND as a little bit of a fader, but still just chopping at the highs. I still think that maybe it can push a touch higher here. Oh, QBTS, what are you doing? What are you doing, QBTS? Don't be so mean to me. Come on. So they are really dumping quantum, retesting a nice 15-minute little bottom here. But that is a nasty little retrace on QBTS. SPY seeing more selling, your Russell seeing more selling. Basically back down to flat on QBTS. Slightly green still, but they're shaking a lot of people. They're shaking the tree in QBTS today. They are shaking the tree in these quantum stocks. Rigetti still heavy down here. Beyond Meat starting to see a little bit lower price. Had the chance to take 50% gains on QBTS, but left them on the table in hopes for a bigger move. But look at them knifing it. I mean, maybe they want to do one more sweep of the lows. There is a gap fill that we just missed. But this is a big hourly chart level on QBTS. You got an initial bounce. Now seeing some hard selling. Trying to take it through this area. Rigetti just absolutely went down to the lows of the session. Wow, RGTI just got slaughtered, slapped and slaughtered down 6.2. Beyond put premium is attractive. Yes, it is. If you do short, you would sell covered puts as a safe play. Good analysis there, Anonymous. Thank you. IWM is still down 0.48%. Your S&P just flat. QQQ down 0.13%. Oklo getting slapped. Open Door getting slapped. Quantum still getting slapped today. Rigetti just getting absolutely knifed on. Rigetti did sweep the lows there briefly. A little bit of a double bottom. Jeez, QBTS, they are selling it fast and hard. See if they do a liquidity grab of the low and a reversal, maybe a W formation, but quantum are still oversold intraday. Markets are looking a little bit weaker through your small caps. Nat gas still holding above $4. Apple down 1.1, Tesla down 0.34, Amazon down 1.5, BYND still holding. Yeah, gold and silver are looking decent here. The only issue is you have your DXY, your dollar has had a nice 90-minute pullback actually. So the dollar is still in a stronger, a little bit of a daily chart trend trying to break out. So we'll see if gold and silver want to give up a little bit of their gains. IWM just printed a new low on the session, guys. So your Russell 2000 still going lower. Natural gas still chopping around, trying to lose that $4 area. S&P just holding 671.20. What is this level that we're holding on, guys? S&P? It's that previous little gap fill. Bullish gap. Abe is saying, Ram saying, now people need to understand what happens when Fed and government shuts down. CPI reports coming soon. Dixie going to crack hard. We'll see. The Canadian CPI came in a little bit higher, spiked yields. We'll see if the US CPI comes in higher and spikes yields in the dollar. Obviously saying looks like Nvidia has come in and saved the market again. The problem is we need to wait until earnings, but the shutdown doesn't help. Yeah, Nvidia is just recapturing some of that semiconductor money flow that's coming out of TXN and some of those sympathies around TXN. BYND still strong. QBTS not really wanting to firm up just yet. You might do a liquidity grab of the lows before you're truly ready. But that's a hard down move again, down 8% on the session. Nasty, nasty. Rigetti just made new lows. QBTS making new lows, guys. QBTS is fading. They are fading this move pretty hard and fast right now. BYND still strong, trying to push to the upside. IWM selling hard here, so that's what's hitting quantum. BYND still pushing. Gold starting to soften. S&P kind of holding steady. Natural gas selling hard now, back to the negative side. Gold getting sold into here. S&P still holding steady. Nvidia, Microsoft still acting well. Google still acting well. Meta still acting well. Tesla slightly negative. Your IWM is at the lows of the session, coming into a little bit of that previous all-time high pivot support on your Russell 2000, guys. So it's a big area that the IWM is going to want to try to defend, which is sitting at 245.20. QBTS is trying to come into a little bit of a gap fill zone. Beyond Meat going for another high of day. IWM is still trickling lower here, which is causing your higher beta stocks to come under pressure. BABA's having a good day. SOXS is up 3%. XOM is green. Gold still softening a little bit. New lows for QBTS. BlackBerry got faded, pretty much entire move. A lot of stocks are seeing continuous selling with the Russell now tagging its previous weekly high pivot zone. So your IWM is starting to try to test its previous all-time high pivot. It's a major area. QBTS is coming into a big gap fill zone. IWM is trying to bounce off of its previous weekly high pivot. Take a look at this IWM zone here. So it's coming right into that previous little all-time high pivot. So there is some support there. Look at BYND, guys. BYND is ripping right now. What a ripper to the upside. BYND squeezing. This is what I was looking for and waiting for. I'm still interested in shorting BYND, but I'm being patient with it. Being very patient with it. Wow, no love for quantum down here. QBTS is into a massive daily chart gap fill level, knifing through crazy, crazy support levels, hitting a daily chart fib level as well. QBTS is still under pressure. Nat gas is now imploding. S&P starting to implode here, losing that bullish gap fill zone. IWM still trying to hold that previous weekly pivot. That's a filthy decline on QBTS. That is downright dirty. Downright dirty. They shook the tree today. I'm still holding my calls. UBTS is still selling. Nat gas is now down 0.37%. Potential bearish formation setting up in natural gas. A bit of a head and shoulders formation, which could take us down to about 383-ish. BYND squeezing. Quantum names are still getting wrecked. GBTS down 9.23%. Rigetti down 6.87. That is crazy. All right, let's see if they can firm up these names. They are certainly due for some sort of a reversal bounce here. Rigetti sweeping lows. You've got Tesla dripping lower, Apple down 0.7, Nvidia starting to lose a little bit of its momentum. Your Russell 2000 still looking somewhat heavier here. Beyond Meat still squeezing up 670. I think BYND halted? Might be halted, eh? Yeah, it looks like it's halted. SPY though heavy. Gold still holding steady. Your natural gas chart still coming in. Crude oil up 2% and holding. Big drop there on SPY. Yikes. SPY retesting its opening range low right now. Nastiness on SPY. SPY's also getting shaken down here. Let's see if they defend that OR low. Silver and gold miners turning positive. Yep. SILJ, GDX trying to go. You got gold trading down still 1.44%, holding 4,064 an ounce spot. I was hoping to get into some GLD calls. It never hit my level truly. It is backtesting and doing a mini retrace right now. But that dollar might bounce a little bit here to put some additional strain on the metals, but I'm still watching it. I'm watching it very, very closely. Come on, QBTS, get your big butt up there now. So oversold these names. It's crazy they go from the most loved stocks FOMO rally to no bid underneath quantum names. That's typically where you find some extra alpha opportunity. IWM is bouncing off of its previous weekly high pivot. Beyond Meat back open, guys, testing 670 up 85%. BYND. BYND is trying to push. Again, it's a lower priced market cap, so it can squeeze for sure. Nasty little 10-minute reversal on SPY. Look at that move right off your opening range low. We'll see if they can defend that and push it up. Your dollar is still softening a little bit here. Natural gas still trying to soften up a little bit. Quantum names are trying to catch a little bit of additional liquidity. SPY trying to make a move. BYND, a little bit of top wick distribution. Dom C saying draw a declining line on QBTS peaks if you want to see what is going on. Yeah, it's under pressure. Right? We're just trying to scalp it down here. Not married to the trade, but it needs the market to hold steady here. It needs the Russell to bounce. It needs Webull still weak. Financial seeing a little bit of selling. How's JP Morgan doing today? JP Morgan down. Netflix is still down 8.8%. Semiconductors are still seeing some net distribution today, despite Nvidia is strong. So you look at your SOXX, that is down 1.1%, which is kind of why you're seeing some additional names squeezing here. There's a lot of semiconductor money flow that is being sold into, and that's flowing into some of your higher beta small caps here, like BYND, Krispy Kreme, so on and so forth. So gold is still trying to make a little bit of a push here, still down 1.35%. BYND still up 89. Krispy Kreme donut up 30.5% and ripping. Here comes QBTS trying to turn the corner a little bit. Come on. Intel still down 1.7. APLD slightly green. GoPro, that's actually moving too, up 16. So those are your Wall Street meme mania stocks. Ford down. Rigetti still under pressure. Come on, Quantums. Make a red to green reversal. Your IWM still a little bit weaker on the session, guys. Still seeing sell side pressure in your Russell. Down 0.5% right now. It's trying to consolidate here. BYND is now over $7, guys. BYND is over $7 and ripping. Seeing a little bit of reversal off that $7 area, but it still looks constructive to push a touch higher here. Honestly, the level that I think BYND is going for, guys, is around 750 plus. 750, 759. That's where I think it's going. That's why I've just been patient on it. There's a previous daily chart high pivot, and the fact that you were much higher in the pre-market is kind of telling me that they may want to push that through that 750 pivot zone on BYND. So just being patient with this name. Natural gas, IWM seeing more sell side pressure with the S&P 500 here. QBTS Quantum trying to firm up here in the very short term. Gold trickling a little bit lower. Pretty disappointing price action in BlackBerry. That gave up the goods. Kraft Heinz ketchup going green. In the session, S&P still going through some distribution. Schlumberger doing well. DraftKings still up 3%. SOXS is up 4%. IWM still melting lower here. Still seeing some distribution. Western Digital's green. Lululemon down a couple. Snapchat trying to go green. ONDS down 3%. Domsey saying APK saying Beyond is the #1 trend. Yep, absolutely. On Wall Street Bets. Domsey saying when people lose faith in fundamentals and start moving to meme stocks, the market is toast. Yep, it could absolutely mean that for sure. Just remember we're still in a stronger, larger time frame uptrend. You know, the daily and weekly chart of the markets is still technically holding up. And it's tough because I'm honestly naturally more bearish with just due to the macro understanding of how inflated our assets are. But the technicals kind of supersede your macro thesis. So even though I have a macro bearish thesis, the technicals are still holding bullish price action. Even though you've got a lot of stocks that have recently cracked lower, like your quantum names, your high crypto computing software, your LiDAR stocks, a lot of those bullish thematic trades are starting to unwind, your nuclear trades unwinding. Then you're probably going to see distribution in your space stocks. IWM just printed a new low of day, guys. The Russell is still selling off here. So Russell 2000 coming in. Look at them knife that S&P going for a new low of day. S&P 500 new low. IWM new low. Big area here. Head and shoulders potential trigger on your S&P 500. 5-minute chart. I repeat, potentially a head and shoulders has triggered on your S&P 500 chart. Not looking good. Prior day low. You're still holding this previous little demand zone, but SPY is getting heavy here. Really heavy. Really heavy. VIX is green on the session today, ladies and gents. Your UVXY up 1.42. All indices are negative, with the IWM leading the charge to the downside right now. Dow is negative, Bitcoin down 0.5%, Tesla getting wrecked down 1.4% on the session, Amazon getting toasted down 1.91%. S&P still holding some structural support off of this region, but looking somewhat bearish with this H pattern. Again, if you lose this area, really your next support is down here at 668 and then eventually 667.30. So we will see what happens in SPY land. You're still above your prior day low. You're still holding that opening range low. This could be one little massive liquidity sweep of your opening range low. They could easily pop this back higher. You're still technically just back testing that little breakout trend line from yesterday. You've hammered on it once, twice, a third time. They are seemingly trying to be holding it. Yeah, ENVX is getting killed for sure. A lot of your high beta stocks are getting crushed. Absolutely wrecked. Quantum, ENVX, down 5%. Archer seeing some distribution today. MicroStrategy seeing some distribution today. Ouster down. Serve Robotics getting slapped. Serve Robotics down sharply 8% on the session. Big decline there on QBTS, coming in hard and fast. Look at that APH, guys. Look at APH coming in from the highs there. That's a nasty little decline there on APH. SPY is looking a little bit uglier here, guys. Your IWM is starting to drip and melt pretty sharply here. Pretty sharply on your Russell. It is coming in hard here. BYND still holding steady. Your SOXS is starting to rip. Yep, ASTS falling. The whole market is under a lot of pressure today. Look at SPY triggering a head and shoulders breakdown through OR low, through PDL. Things are looking filthy here in the market. Market is coming in hot and heavy. Look at that hard decline on SPY and quantum stocks. Quantum stocks are getting liquidated here. Continuous sell side pressure. You are coming into a little bit of 10-minute chart support off of that EMA, but SPY triggering a little bit of a bearish formation. It appears to be a bit of a short the pop mode now for your S&P 500. Does look like a short the pop environment. IREN back down 3% on the session after it was up over 3%. Crazy moves. Quantum still getting liquidated here on QBTS. No love for QBTS. SPY still under a lot of pressure, now joining the Qs and IWM negative. Beyond Meat still ripping here, guys. Pretty crazy, eh? BYND Gold still holding steady. Your Russell just getting absolutely sold into here. It's now entered that major gap window. Gap fill on the IWM is all the way down at 243.40-ish. High volume on your QBTS. All of these high beta stocks are getting wrecked here. SPY still testing that 10-minute EMA, knifing through it. Look at that volume on QBTS chart, crazy. Down 10.6% on QBTS. Webull got slapped, BlackBerry goes negative. Everything is getting sold into here. Heavy price action in the market. You've had Nvidia go from green to red. Nvidia is now down 0.38%, Apple down 1, Google down 0.9, sorry, Google's still green up 0.96, Microsoft is still green. SPY just ripping, triggering that head and shoulders. Your UVXY is up 2.5%. IWM is down almost 1% on the session, trying to find a little bit of support right here, right now. SPY triggering that head and shoulders on the 10-minute chart. You've broken some critical bearish ranges and you've triggered some nasty formations here. Beyond Meat, guys, running into that 750 area. That is a major resistance pivot. This is a potential shortable level on BYND right here. Let it sweep that. It's into a little bit of a major resistance zone, BYND. So this is kind of the area that I was looking for. So let it sweep that 750 zone. SPY still going lower. Oh my, oh my. All right, I'm going to take some put options off that area on BYND. Look at that rejection off that pivot already. Here, S&P is still getting liquidated, guys. S&P is still rolling here. Rolling heavy. Now testing 669 and change. SPY getting sold into pretty sharply here. Market will not, stocks will not really bounce until SPY bounce. Even gold is now getting liquidated. We might have a GLD trade, guys, on gold. We might. There could be a GLD trade setting up here. So members, I did send out a BYD alert. I sent out a BYD options alert. Just as a heads up, gold coming in hard now, back testing 4,040. Can we get a gold trade here? Dollar's still a little bit fragile. Ooh, GLD looking a little bit juicy down here. 371. Interesting. All right, guys, I might take GLD upside calls here. I'm looking at GLD upside calls here. GLD, what can we bounce to? 374. That's pretty easy, I think. October 22nd. All right, I'm going to take GLD 374 calls for October 24th, end of week. GLD 374 call, October 24th. Let's play ball. Let's see what happens here. SPY is bouncing. What the hell is that? SPY catching a bit of a bid. SPY is trying to bounce. Russell's still near the lows, not really participating in any sort of a move. Quantum stocks still getting bludgeoned. Gold is down another 1.45%. BYND still up 95% on the session. Crazy. Whoops. Market is seriously under some pressure here. Quantum still going lower. We're still seeing the S&P weak at the lows of the session, breaching that 669 level. We're still seeing the markets under quite a bit of pressure. Quantum stocks are still being sold into pretty sharply here. IWM down 6.4%. Rigetti sharply lower. QBTS down 11. Gold still seeing some sell side pressure. Beyond Meat starting to come in now, guys. BYND getting rejected on the 10-minute chart off of that high pivot, looking like a bearish reversal. All right, big bounce on your S&P 500 here. Really decent bounce. Let's look at GLD as well. Yeah, we need GLD to just get back to 374. Stocks are catching a small minor bid here. Nothing too big. S&P still weak. Minor bounce in the Russell 2000. Nat gas backs it positive. Crude oil still up 2.1. Gold back down 2%. No bid yet in gold. Gold is even getting sell side pressure with the main indices. Look at these quantum names, guys. That is just incredible distribution in these quantum stocks. Nasty down day. Wish I still had my put options in some of these names. That would be filthy. All right, your S&P is still trying to bounce here. No love for quantum. IWM still heavy sell side pressure. Down over 1% on the tape. Gold still getting hit pretty hard. Don't even talk about Oklo puts. Yeah, Oklo is definitely also seeing some distribution down 14.74% today. Market's going through a mass liquidation, resetting a lot of the technicals in this market, guys. Resetting a bunch of different technicals. SPY is still heavy here. Let's look at SPY. We'll keep that up on the main chart here. Gold is still seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. IWM new lows on the session. Quantum new lows on the session. Nasty decline in the equity market today, guys. Really filthy. Still have some pockets of strength, but pretty much everything got liquidated there. Microsoft, Google still holding green, positive price action. SPY down 0.31%. QQQ down 0.74%. IWM new low of day down 1.18% and dripping. Gold still falling sharply here. GLD. Perhaps GLD wants that gap fill. Interesting. Maybe that's where it wants it. Gold still coming in here. So my QBTS puts our calls down here, $51 calls. I added at 60 cents. Again, this is high risk. Uh, 10 contracts priced at 75 cents here. Gold still heavy in this region. GLD's trying to have a little bit of a balance. Your Russell's still really weak. Yep, it's a fragile market today. Definitely seeing some net distribution across the board. Gold still being sold into here. Hood is down 6% on the session. CoreWeave down another 6% on the session. Still seeing liquidation in gold. Nasty price action. See this core weave here. We're still getting liquidated here. Still seeing this market heavy, guys, very heavy. IWM new lows on the session. Your semiconductors are really taking it on the chin today. Beyond Meat starting to get heavier here, guys. BYND, really heavy price action coming in to the tape. SPY new low of day, just dripping lower here. I'm closing out my iron put options, IREN. I'm closing out my IREN puts here. Members, gold is still melting here. So it took profits on my IREN put options. We could see a minor bounce here in the markets. We are getting into a little bit of an area, support area here. Quite a bit of names oversold. Your Russell's coming in still hard and fast, coming into that gap fill. SPY's definitely into a little bit of an interesting pivot retrace zone here. You got some 20-minute chart support coming into play. You got 15-minute EMA. It's not a bad area for a bit of a bounce trade. Gold is still falling sharply lower here. Crazy. Core weave down another 6.6% today. Craziness. Gold is getting fully liquidated, now down 2%. GLD going into that gap fill. Nastiness. Gold looks like it wants to make new lows. That is filthy. Filthy, filthy price action in gold market. Miners, quantum, S&P, new lows. Serve Robotics getting slapped. Rigetti down 8. Kohl's store, remarkably KSS holding steady. Nike's still green. MSTR down 4.69. Archer Aviation's getting slapped. Gold testing 4,020, now down 2.5% on gold and still falling sharply lower here. Dixie hasn't really made a move yet. Nat Gas is still holding positive price structure. So Ram saying, as Diwali is over in India, I've seen this happening every year. The gold dumps after that. That's why China and other countries like to stockpile to increase prices. Interesting. What a full-on nasty reversal in BlackBerry as well. BB getting fully liquidated, guys. BlackBerry nastiness. What else do we have going on? Energy stocks are still holding steady here, guys. Energy stocks are holding some value, I should say. BYND starting to now trickle lower. SPY is still drilling, gold drilling, guys. Wow. Filthy price action in the tape today. Absolutely bloodbath on Wall Street. SOXS is now up 7.6%. Your stocks are ripping to the upside here. Gold still has no love down here, guys. Gold is still getting liquidated, down sharply. Very, it's off of that 15-minute. Webull still selling. Nvidia down half. Microsoft and Google still holding steady. Imagine they try to take those green, or sorry, those red. That's where the SPY could really, really fall sharply lower here. Close still down 13.7. IonQ down 6.94. Nastiness. Pretty decent sized bounce occurring in your S&P. No bounce yet in gold. IWM back testing a previous little breakout zone on its 4-hour and hourly chart. Still seeing some distribution signals. Microsoft trying to firm up. Archer Aviation got liquidated. S&P trying to firm up here. Gold is still selling off pretty sharply. BYND still up 86% and trying to push. Natural gas still green. IWM still selling here. Gold down. GLD down below 370. Nasty. That is just truly filthy. SPY trying to hold a little bit of a support zone here. So this is a previous little pivot high along with a 15-minute chart support level. We'll see how big of a bounce they want to give this market. Getting pretty stretched from that 1-minute EMA. That's typically where they like to try to bounce the market back to, but we will see if that is the case this go around. S&P trying to firm up here. Gold's GLD back above 370. QBTS still trickling down here. No love for quantum. Full-fledged liquidation still. QBTS is tagging today the weekly 7. It's actually pierced it by a whole dollar. It's weekly 7 moving average. IWM still coming down. It's down 1.38%. Amazon down 2%, almost giving up its entire move from yesterday. EUST dust, so it's the leverage play on the miners. That's still up 4.85%. Couple stocks doing well. Kraft Heinz Ketchup, Schlumberger, ticker SLB. That's doing quite well. Nike's still holding some positive structure. Go figure. XOM pushing. Chevron still strong. So your oil and energy complex is still holding some value today. Open Door down 8.76%. Snapchat down. ONDS down another 6.95%. That stock has been cut in half in such a quick succession. I still think it needs to test that $1 billion area, which is at $4. Crazy. Lululemon down today. PayPal under pressure. Still have a little bit of strength in your staple stocks. Names like Kraft Heinz Ketchup are trying to stay somewhat steady here. KHC trying to break out to the high side. GIS showing a little bit of resiliency in this tape today. BAX, Baxter, showing a little bit of resiliency. SLB, Schlumberger, showing some resiliency down here. Interesting. Crude oil still trying to press here a little bit. WTI crude up 2.2% on the session. Let's look at the intraday pattern. Intraday pattern still looks very constructive, like it wants to keep going. Certainly trying. Let's look at GDX here. GDX is still under immense pressure, guys. SILJ still under immense pressure. Is still seeing heavy selling here. Crazy, eh? Goes from the strongest asset to one of the weaker ones in such a quick reaction. S&P breaking out here to the high side, getting a little bit of liquidity creeping back into this market. QBTS is trying to find a little bit of 5-minute support down here, potential little bottoming tail. Maybe that's the low of day that was just put in for quantum. We'll certainly see what this market wants to do. BYND still under $7, guys, but absolutely a beast on the session. But BYND is looking a little bit distributive here, guys. I would caution you if you're long. If you get this head and shoulders on the 1 minute to crack, then that is going to see a pretty decent sized liquidity fall. And you look at what's happened in the market's been weak, BYND's been strong. If you see the market hold some value and bounce, maybe that's where BYND is that counter play where it starts to sell, right? It's almost like an inverse stock to the market right now. So if this head and shoulders triggers on BYND, you could see a move all the way back down to sub $5, okay? Again, we sent out the alert to short it up there via some put options. It's very risky and aggressive, whichever way you're trading BYND, but I am short BYND via some put options. It's not that big of a position, but it's enough to make some money in the event that they want to take it lower. All right, S&P is looking a little bit better here. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of a afternoon session wrap up regarding technical levels on SPY. I will discuss that for sure. Nice volume coming into quantum, so that could be a little bit of a local low. Big retest on SPY, but your larger time frame, if we look at SPX here, just because I have less day tradable trend lines on there, SPX is still in a very strong uptrend, guys. Don't be surprised if the markets want to push to new all-time highs, all right? That's just a quick analysis, all right? Daily chart trend still intact, okay? Even with all the selling in these high beta stocks, S&P still remains in a bullish daily and weekly chart uptrend, okay? Still waiting on gold to bounce. GLD still under. Nice bounce on SPY, recapturing prior day low. Bit of a 5 minute reversal hammer candle on QBTS. Whoops. SPY looking pretty solid there. Big bounce there on the S&P. Some serious bullish liquidity creeping back into quantum there. Hard volume reversal candle. SPY big bounce, Russell big bounce. BYND still softening, gold really not participating. Big bounce in your QBTS here, trying to rip back to the upside. SPY, you can see a little bit of sell side pressure off of that PDL level. I am closing all of my hood puts. My hood puts with members. I'm closing all of my Robinhood puts. All right, guys. I am out of all of my Robinhood puts. So I'm all out of my Robinhood puts, guys. The 110s, I'm all out. I repeat, all out. This could be where the market makes a bullish reversal. Believe it or not, SPYs could basically go back to the green side. Big bounce in the equity market here. Come on, QBTS. Imagine they take QBTS green after all of that selling. So locked in profits. Big bounce in your quantum names, guys. We are now green on our QBTS trade. Again, my average is 75 cents on the $31 calls. We are green. Come on, pump this market back up. So again, I'm all out of my IREN puts. I'm all out of my hood puts. Still looking for GLD to bounce a little bit. So there is news hitting the headline. Google ripping still. Come on, Quantum. Rip it, Quantum. Rip it. Look at that hard bounce on QBTS off of a massive technical level. You did a crazy sweep today of QBTS. It's still in a very bearish trend, but the market is trying to firm up here. Look at BYND, guys. BYND about to get cracking that on that neckline here. Here we go. Puts are gonna pay. Puts are gonna pay. Let's eat. Let's eat. We waited patiently. We waited patiently on BYND. Puts are going to absolutely print here, guys. Beautiful. I like it a lot. Let's go. Chop it down. Come on, chop that name down. Still going to see a lot of buy the dip strength, but don't be surprised if we get a hard impulse move down at some point. We should. Come on down. SPY still trying to hold steady on your 5-minute chart. Bouncing gold. Trying to catch a little bit of liquidity. It's bouncing. Back above 370 on. Look at BYND coming in hot and heavy, guys. Look at that dump on BYND. That's the hard impulse move down that I was talking about. Beautiful. Let's chop it down. Go. Go lower, BYND. Getting absolutely smoked. Go, 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 baby. BYND halted again, guys. Look at that nasty down candle. BYND is halted. Alright, SPY still holding steady. Gold trying to bounce. Quantum trying to bounce. Webull bouncing. Nat gas curling. IWM holding steady. Trying to bounce. Come on, QBT. Imagine they take QBTS green. That would be a crazy double-digit reversal. Not saying it's going to happen, but stranger things, man. These market makers are manipulative. BYND getting absolutely slaughtered. Yep, BYND halted down, baby. Let's go. We are in the driver's seat on our put options. I love to see that bearish red bar hard impulse candle down that executes that halt. It's quite nice. Still seeing hard rejection on certain stocks, trying to shake out some bears. A lot of people just fully exited a lot of positions there. Gold trying to firm up, nat gas curling down, crude taking a little bit of a breather here. Come on, QBTS, get back higher here. Retest that $31 area, and I will love you forever. SPY looking much more bullish now, guys. We are still holding that larger time frame. You're potentially building a very large inverted head and shoulders on the SPY hourly chart. Just keep that in mind. There is a potential big bullish pattern building on your SPY chart. Look at QBTS ripping to the upside here. Go, baby, go. Just give me a sec, guys, and let's see who's calling me. Yesterday was a crazy day. We crushed it in the live trading room. And then most of my soccer plays in the Champions League played out. That was insane. My team ripped a 4-0 win. Grateful for that. We got more Champions League soccer a little bit later. All right, SPY getting slightly rejected off of that OR low. We'll see how deep of a pullback it wants to go here. My legs are tired. Did a leg day workout yesterday. I can't stand too much more. Taking a seat. BYND still halted at 592. 592. I'm very curious to see what those put options open up at. Again, imagine they take BYND to 377 or kind of that 370 area back to that gap fill zone. That would be one epic liquidity trap, guys. I'd love to see BYND give back this whole entire move. Pray, guys, pray. Just say a prayer right now that our BYND gives up this whole move and our contracts would absolutely print. All right, GLD now starting to catch a little bit of liquidity, trying to make a small bounce here. Still weak on the session. Your S&P 500 is still trying to hang on to that prior day low, but running into a little bit of sell side pressure right now. Quantum still trying to bounce a touch here. Still super weak on the session. All right, BYND's open, guys. It gapped down slightly, seeing a bit of buy pressure. Let's see what they sell into. Again, BYND is open. Whoops, that's the wrong ticker. It's seeing a little bit of buy side pressure right now. So it's kind of acting well in the very short term. So initial gap down, get gobbled up. You could still see additional sell side pressure. SPY right now still trying to consolidate right underneath its prior day low. So SPY seeing more sell side pressure for the time being. BYND still seeing a lot of volatility and volume influx. SPY still holding. All right, we'll flip back to SPY. I'll watch BYND on my other screen here. So SPY still struggling off of that opening range and prior day level. BYND back above $6. Now potentially putting in another head and shoulders formation. It's a much larger one that is kind of forming. You've triggered one bear formation on BYND, and you could be forming a second bigger one, which, believe it or not, takes you all the way back down to gap fill. If the second head and shoulders formation triggers, which would be a neckline break of, call it 575, that would send BYND cratering to the downside. Come on, SPY, push it up. You know you want to trigger a little bit of a reversal here. BYND, get your big butt up there. GLD back above 371.50. BYND's trying to see a little bit more selling. SPY still seeing some selling. Dollar on these contracts, seeing a little bit of a near-term bull flag pattern on QBTS, potentially trying to trigger a little inverted head and shoulders here, guys. On QBTS, it is trying to break out of a little bit of a bullish formation. New target takes us up to this area if we get that breakout. SPY still seeing a little bit of distribution. Gold acting a little bit better. Come on, QBTS, break it. QBTS seeing a little bit of more resiliency in this region, guys. Potential 1 minute bullish formation trying to break out. Come on, break it. SPY weak though, so chances of it breaking are unlikely here. With SPY getting rejected. Nasty rejection. Nat gas still softening. IWM still softening. Look at that nasty SPY drop there. We'll see if this turns into an inverse head and shoulders on SPY. Needs to start curling up right now as we speak. It's got a lot of work to do. Nat gas softening still. Nvidia down down 0.6. Apple down 1.2. Google still up 1.86. Meta down slightly. Tesla down 1.46. All right, it seems that they're dripping SPY a little lower here. BYND firming up here. Yields are still slightly green. VIX is green. Intel down 3.5. Big Bear AI down 4.17. GoPro still squeezing. SoFi wrecked. That's down 5.3. Nasty. Down nicely today, 4.25%. Let's look at Palantir on my other screen. Palantir also seeing a pretty nasty little bearish formation on the daily, just holding above its 50 moving average still. But PLTR looks nasty. GLD still trying to hold steady down 1.5%. Let's look at the gold chart here. Gold still retesting its opening range low. 4,046 is a big area gold needs to get above. Nat gas still softening here. BYND still up 69%. Caleb's in gold calls. Nice, 375s. Yeah, I'm in the 374s GLD. So good luck. Good luck. Nat gas trying to soften here. SPY looking a little bit better here. It's trying, guys. It's trying to firm up. Your Russell 2000 is just super duper weak. VIX has got some top wick distribution, so it does look like the VIX is seeing a little bit of 5 minute distribution here. There is a potential head and shoulders pattern building on the UVXY. It hasn't triggered, but there's a bit of a 5 minute head and shoulders trying. VIX is still strong on the session, but the bulls are trying to buy a little bit of this market up. We're still are in a bit of a bearish trend on the day, but on your 4 hour and daily chart, we're still holding technical structure. QBTS seeing more selling, SPY still seeing selling, gold back above 4,040, at least trying to get back above. Nasty little rejection there on QBTS. Liquidation coming back in. They are selling. Lots of selling still under the hood of the market. QQQ down 0.6. SPY still holding up relatively well considering. Your semis are still weak on the tape. Nat gas just turned negative. Dixie's back to the dark side. So you might see gold catch a decent bid here with the dollar going negative now. Dollar was positive, but it's had 3 hours of sell side pressure. IWM's not looking good from a 10-minute standpoint. 4-hour candle still looking a little bit vulnerable, but holding that gap fill for the time being. Bit of a 10-minute bearish formation on the IWM. BYND, guys, potential head and shoulders retest of a bigger neckline here starting to brew. Look at this large. So you've triggered one head and shoulders. You're about to test another neckline here for BYND. Again, so your first one takes you down to 490-ish. Second one, if it triggers, takes you back down to your gap fill. That would be filthy if that were to occur. Your dollar's still under pressure. Natural gas seeing some sell side pressure. How's crude oil? Crude oil softening up a little bit. That's helpful technically for the market. S&P trying to hold a little bit of value and support. BYND cracking, guys. It's starting to crack. Look at that shoulders trigger, guys. Things are getting a little bit dicier here for BYND. Gold trying to make a push. Ram saying today's the day to short SPY as much as possible. Could be. Could be for sure. SPY still trying to hold steady. Russell's trying to find a little bit of support. QBTS still softening. BYND cracking to the downside. Gold still trying to get through that opening range low. BYND approaching some crazy put levels here. SPY continuously seeing more sell side pressure. Natural gas starting to look a little bit heavier here intraday. BYND softening some more. Yeah, that's okay. That's why we bought the time. They will start to explode very soon here. You've just got a lot of that implied volatility priced into the trade, but our 550s are now in the money. They will start to move here. You know, it might take the afternoon session for the contracts to wake up, but they will. Trust me, they'll start to move here. That's the problem when their contracts are so juiced with an extreme amount of IB. It looks like they're going to take Beyond Meat negative, guys. That's just what I'm expecting here. Two head and shoulders formations intraday triggered. Stock was relatively strong. Come on. SPY still dripping lower here, guys. Your S&P still seeing some net distribution. Natural gas now starting to look a little bit heavier. Tesla down 1.92%. That's a nasty breakdown in SPY. Good call out there, Ram. Nice SPY short. BYND cracking below 5. It's trying to test that $5 area. They are knifing BYND fast and hard. Look at that, cracking its OR low, guys. BYND getting liquidated here. 'It is indeed. S&P 500 looks like it wants to go lower. The IWM potential 10-minute H pattern forming. Nastiness. Nasty price action in the markets. SPY really almost at the lows of the session. Looking pretty filthy right now. So they are pulling the rug from this market, punishing late chasers in the tape. SPY's printing a new low of day, guys. They're still liquidating this market in full force. SPY just printed a new low. Look at that rug pull, guys. Holy moly, eh? Huge decline there on SPY. They are liquidating fully. That's a nasty retrace. It's a potential buyable level right at this kind of pivot low. But it looks like they may try to sweep that, undercut this low here. That's a crazy, crazy retest lower. That is just filthy. BYND testing $5, giving back quite a bit of its gains here. Is it halted again? Yeah, you're right about that, Anonymous. SPY puts are still ripping here to the downside. Yeah, it is halted. Gold still seeing some sell side pressure. You're even getting selling in natural gas equities, UNG trying to crack lower here. Natural gas is potentially about to trigger a head and shoulders. You're sitting right on a massive neckline here. Look at this M-top formation, head and shoulders. Not really M-top, but it is a head and shoulders. So you're testing the neckline as we speak. If you break that area, it's a pretty hard downward move to 380, give or take. S&P 500 trying to find a little bit of support here. Still very weak on the session. Again, your larger time frame, guys, is still holding steady, but intraday price is just weak, weak, weak. Four weave down another 7% on the tape. CRWV near the lows. This SOXS. That's at the highs of the session as the markets are at the lows. It is still heavy in this region. Your Russell 2000 also printed another low. Gold seeing more distribution as well. So additional sell side pressure hitting the tape for gold. Gold getting rejected off of its opening range low. Webull just got liquidated there again. Beyond Meat is back open, catching a little bit of a bounce here. BYND back open, catching some liquidity. Yep, Tesla earnings today. Tesla does have earnings. BYD guys cracking lower. Sub $5 now, guys. They are taking this into the grave here. Look at that nasty decline. Beautiful. Beautiful decline. That's crazy. SPY still trying to melt lower here. SOXS new high of day. Gold still seeing some sell side pressure down 2.27. Look at BY. Is BYND halted again? Yeah, it's halted down again. They're gonna take it negative. Holy moly. That's crazy. SPY still selling off here down to the lows. All right, so a bit of a falling wedge formation forming on SPY, guys. There is a 5-minute falling wedge pattern. Falling wedge patterns are statistically bullish. So if you sweep this low into the 667.50 area, it is a bit of a buy zone. It's an aggressive buy. You're kind of counter trend trading, but it is a falling wedge pattern trying to build here. Yeah, Qs are looking nasty. Russell's still looking nasty. You are holding, there is some hourly chart support here on the IWM, but you've cracked the 7, you've cracked the 20 moving average on your daily time frame. So SPY hitting that wedge pattern, we'll see if it's a failed wedge or if they want to prop it up. Gold still selling, IMQ going lower, QBTS still selling. Whole market is drilling here. Natural gas now down 0.5%. Bitcoin down 0.3. SPY down 0.55. QQQ down 1.1. IWM down 1.5%. SOXS is up 9.4% on the session. You're still having semiconductors looking pretty filthy right now. Again, this is a bit of an aggressive long level, guys, on SPY. It's very aggressive trading. If you're a risky business trader, then you can take it down here. The only problem is semiconductors are still seeing some sell side pressure. Your SOXX is now down 3.13%. So SOX are definitely under pressure. I'm expecting the SOX to bounce back to 283.43. It's an hourly chart moving average, so that's why the markets could bounce here. If you're getting pretty oversold on your semis, your SOXX, Oklo's still down sharply. Micron still under pressure. Open door down 7-ish. Google still hanging on. UPS still green. Staple stock still holding steady. Boeing negative. CoreWeave down 7. Hood is down 7%. Wow. So again, we did close our Robinhood put options, guys. We also closed our IREN put options for a nice little gain here. Look at that IREN bounce. Holy moly. All right, I'm closing the rest of my IWM 245 puts. Closing the rest of my IWM 245 puts, guys. Those are the November 7th. BYND's back open, still drilling, testing 450 now on the overall chart. BYND still drilling. Holy moly, look at that fall. They're going to probably halt it soon. If it doesn't catch a bit of a bid, they're going to halt this bad boy again. That is just a filthy move down, guys. Filthy. That is just nasty. We're almost taking BYND negative, guys. Look at that reversal on BYND. That is just one mother of a candle. Yep, halted down again. That's just the name of the game. SPY still seeing sell side pressure. Should read the WSB comments. Yeah. All right, they're still liquidating this market full force. SPY is still very heavy here. Gold is trying to catch a little bit of a bid here, guys. Gold trying to catch a little bit of a bid. We still have a lot of time in this session, guys. It's crazy the amount of selling we've already observed. We still have a lot of time in this market. How are these space stocks doing? ASTS down 13%. Rocket Labs down 8. Nasty. Lululemon down a couple here. Baba down a little bit. Monsters holding steady. VIX is up 7. XOM ripping. Coca-Cola green. Procter green. Staples are green. Regional banks surprisingly are green in this tape. Walmart's green. Silver down about 1%. Silver is actually outperforming gold today. That's crazy. Rig is seeing some performance. RIG acting well. Marijuana stocks ticker path is down 7%. So, see this APLD chart. Full round trip there on APLD. XOM still pushing. CVX still looks good, guys. CVX looks like if the market bounces, is going to rip here. Energy stocks is kind of seeing a little bit of a place to hide liquidity. Let's look at Palantir. Yes, I took some GLD calls, 374s. No, for the 24th, end of the week. Not playing zeros, end of the week. I was filled at 330, so I'm down a little bit, but all right, so basically on your NASDAQ daily chart, guys, I want to point out that we are holding the 7-day moving average. That's technically where we've sold off to. So even with all the selling, you look at the Qs on the daily time frame, and we're just back testing the 7-day moving average. So there is some support here. I want to see if the markets can hold this key vicinity. So it's a daily chart moving average. We'll see how big the markets want to bounce. You're trying to defend that falling wedge pattern on your smaller time frame of SPY. You're still super weak in this vicinity, but trying to firm up a little bit. Gold's still struggling. SOXS is up 9%. Oklo trying to bounce a little bit. Gold is still trading under 4,030. All right, nat gas is cracking, guys. New low of day for natural gas. Well, actually, it's not a new low of day, but new low of day since we've opened in the market. Nat gas is now down 0.72%, looking to potentially trigger a bearish head and shoulders formation. Yeah, BYND is just a dog, basically gapping and cracking, guys. Look at that full round trip, halted again. Crazy mover, eh? 50% fall from Grace. Yeah, there's a lot of degenerates trading it. All right, gold is trying to make a little bit of a push here, guys. Your S&P 500 also trying to make a little bit of a push. I'm expecting it to get to the top of this wedge pattern. We will see if it wants to break out. Again, you are back testing a big daily chart moving average on the QQQ. So it's a decent area. The question is, will it hold? You the only up 4.7% off of that gap down. Crazy. That was hard. Domsey saying the S&P hasn't even begun to take a fall yet. No, we're still holding some structural longer term support levels. IWM trying to bounce nat gas, testing that neckline. Guys, believe it or not, I'm actually bullish today. I think we're gonna make a nice afternoon trend. I don't see us going down anymore today. I can see the S&P and the Qs firming up quite substantially. Still have Microsoft and Google acting well. I might be wrong, but I don't know. I see us holding some value here. We will see. SPY acting much, much better here. BYND back open, guys. BYND is back open. It hasn't officially gone negative, but it's looking like it wants to potentially go negative. There it is. BYND full round trip going negative, guys. That is crazy. Look at that bounce there at that gap fill. That's insane, eh? Insane bounce. SPY still bouncing quite nicely. Webull trying BYND big bounce. Still no love for QBTS and Quantum. Big bounce in your Qs. Nat gas is cracking to the downside. IWM seeing a really sizable bid. SPY is testing that top of that wedge formation. Let's see what gold is doing. Gold still struggling down here in the deep dark depths below. Just trying to firm up. All right, BYND halted again, I believe. Yep, halted again. Halted. Yep, 20-year bond auction in 1 hour. Gold trying to make a little bit of a push. Yeah, it's halted to the upside, so you're seeing some continuous buy side pressure. Natural gas, guys, cracking down here. Natural gas now down 1.27% and triggering that bit of a bearish formation that we just discussed. So that is starting to fall to the downside right now. Go natural gas, go. So big bounce on SPY, as you can see. Retesting the top of that wedge formation. We'll see if a falling wedge pattern wants to break out here on your S&P. Gold is trying to firm up. Netflix is still down 10%. Let's look at Netflix here. We haven't really taken a peek at it yet. Netflix is still at the dead lows of the session. Let's look at TXN, Texas Instruments. Still softening a little bit here. All right, SPY is trying to firm up here, ladies and gents. We are seeing it make a move. SPY looking much better, guys. We are trying to trend here. All right, so we're still seeing natural gas break down here. Chevron still acting well, XOM trying to still firm up, your S&P looking a little bit better. Quantum stocks still getting sold into. Natural gas now down 1.48%. Your IWM trying to firm up. SPY trying to break out of this falling wedge pattern. We will see. BYND is back open, ladies and gents. BYND is back open. Probably going to see a decent size bounce, and then I would expect more selling. But it is back open here. Natural gas still under a lot of pressure. SPY still seeing some sell side. Gold is trying to firm up here, guys. GLD, gold seeing a little bit of buy side pressure. UIND still trying to bounce a little bit. It's in your beyond. Big bounce. SPY still acting much better here, guys. So you're trying to still recapture some technical levels. If SPY can get back above that PDL level, this market could absolutely keep trending into the afternoon session. Gold is looking a little bit better, trying to firm up, guys. BYND still up 28%, bouncing nicely off its gap fill. SPY still trying to hang in there and build a little bit of momentum. Gold trying to make a little bit of a push here as well, guys. GLD looking a little bit better, trying to break out of its opening range, bearish range formation. Here goes gold. Gold is waking up, guys. GLD calls are waking up. Is this going to be another nasty lower high in SPY? We will find out very shortly. Natural gas now down 1.5%, getting sold into pretty sharply here. Markets are still seeing sell side pressure. No love. Natural gas selling off even more now, guys. Natural gas continuing to see quite a bit of sell side pressure. Down 1.75%. Getting liquidated here intraday. That's what I like to see. That's what I like to see is right. So SPY's running into that 10-minute chart EMA resistance as well as that falling wedge upper boundary target. We will see what happens here. BYND still climbing higher here. Back up 30%. Quantum still dead down here. No love for these quantum names just yet. SPY seeing more selling. No Tesla trades for me today. Earnings down 1.74. I mean, let's take a peek at it. Yeah, it's actually holding a little bit of this area. You're inside of this back testing of this breakout trend line, upsloping channel, hourly chart support. There is some support here, but again, you might see a little bit of selling hit that name just based off of people moving more money defensively ahead of the earnings. QBTS still coming in sharply here. BYND guys, I believe it's halted again. Yep, BYND halted again. That's why big money's hedged, right? Big money is not just fully invested in the market. You got bond exposure, you got commodity exposure, you got currency exposure, you got equity stock exposure. So if you have millions and billions, you're hedged, right? And a lot of the smart money will say hedge their long positions with say call options in the VIX or buying VIX exposure. So that's kind of what smart money does, right? Is they hedge their bets a bit. S&P going through yet again another wave of sell side pressure. Another wave. Crazy. Bond auctions usually I think at 1 o'clock if my memory serves me correct. It's not going to be that important, that bond market one. The 20-year yield isn't that imperative. They mainly look at the 30 and the 10. Well, let's just see here. What time is that at? Yeah, 1 o'clock, so 56-minute. Anonymous saying WTI is so violent. Yeah, WTI is very, very volatile itself. Oil futures trading is pretty crazy in itself. QQQ is still holding that daily chart support, guys. Gold now seeing more selling. BYND still halted. P. Is it BYND gaps below that low of day or kind of into that gap fill zone? I'm going to look to trim some of my contracts on the put side. Okay. If BYND gaps below, I'm going to look to trim some of my puts. Big area here for SPY. If it can hold and get above the 668.70 area, then we can actually try to make an attempt at breaking out. The thing, why I'm watching Quantum, guys, is Quantum were kind of your leading stocks in the market, and now they're your leading stocks to the downside. All right, BYND back open. Spread is just massive here. Not looking to close here. I want to see it go lower. All right, that's the spread starting to tighten up here. Come on, BYND. All right, contracts are starting to wake up here a little bit more, guys, on BYND. Come on, give me a new low of day. Give me a new low of day. I still struggling. No bid yet. BYD getting close. Come on, knife it down, knife it down. Markets are still looking pretty heavy here. QBTS still selling. Nat gas selling. IWM going for a new low. Looks like the Russell is going to sweep that low of day. Defending BYND here. SPY is still holding, but the Russell's coming in hot and heavy here, guys. Still no bid in gold. Pretty remarkable. Gold trickling below 4,030. QBTS going for another low. Same thing with Rigetti, trading near the lows of its session. BYND holding $4. News for Quantum. IWM just printed a new low, getting liquidated here. Gold still selling. Nat gas selling. Crude still strong. Bitcoin did make a positive reversal. All right, guys, I'm entering some SPY calls here. I'm going to risk this low of day as my stop loss. I'm taking some 0 DTE 669 SPY calls. 0 DTE SPY calls. I'm going to risk the low of day. Let me just open up this chain. So I'm going to risk this low pivot that we just made. All right, I am in at 78 cents SPY. It's high risk. High risk, guys. All right, so I'm in the SPY 669 0 DTE call. I got filled at 78 cents. Basically, my stop loss is going to be this little bit of a recent low pivot that we made. I'll give it, let's go to the 2-minute chart here. Come on, SPY, hold steady here. Hold steady. Again, it's only 6 contracts, small size, but I'm trying to go for a little bit of a mean reversion bounce here as we are fairly oversold. Come on. So if I get a 1-minute close below this area, I'm going to stop out. Actually, we'll give it a 2-minute close. We'll give it a little bit of room to run. 2-minute close sounds better. Yeah, that's why I'm keeping a tight stop loss. It is very aggressive and risky. It's very aggressive and risky. Russell did do a liquidity sweep of the low. Still trying to drip this a little bit lower. Your IWM trying to do another sweep. Gold's still struggling. Again, if we get a push into this area here, that's where I'll trim half of my contracts. And second trim is up here right before that prior day low. Come on, SPY. Give us a little bit of a bounce. We're really struggling here. BYND still chopping around at $4. The volatility is slowly starting to get sucked out of the trade. Same thing with the market. The volatility is kind of abating here. 12:15 lunchtime volume is a little thinner here, which is another reason why I'm trying to stab it on the long side. Come on. Quantum still sucks ass. They are not doing anything. Gold trying to catch another little bid here. IWM still backtesting 243. IND catching a little bit of liquidity. All right, nice little trying to attempt a little bit of a move here on SPY. Nice little move, guys, on your S&P. Here we go. Come on. Get through this big resistance area. Come on. Test that 1-minute EMA. Contracts are moving nicely here. All right, I'm putting a break even, guys, at 78 cents. Trade is risk free. That's a hard stop at break even, 78 cents. We're up nicely. Contracts are pushing here. Come on. Give me a nice follow through now. 1-minute impulse green candle. SPY's moving here. SPY is moving. Come on. You got more in you, SPY. Volume's thinner. So now the trade is risk free for me. Again, I have a break even stop at 78 cents. We're trading currently at 92 cents on the 669 zeros. Come on, SPY. Don't do that fake liquidity. BYND trying gold, trying again to firm up. IWM still under 243. That's not really participating. Come on, SPY. You made it a little bit of a move there. You got some legs, just a little bit. We were up about 20% there at the high. Didn't take any profit. All right, guys, they stopped me out at break even. Stopped out at break even there. They just wicked me out. Shit. And they're probably going to punch it through to the high side now. Oh, these market makers are nasty sometimes. Jesus. Damn, they wicked me out there. They wicked me out. They are just too filthy. Just give me one sec, guys. I was muted. Sorry, guys. Yeah. We're getting close to sweeping that low of day. Again, I'm going to try to take some 669 zeros again. Half position. All right, there's the impulse move down, guys. I've taken a fill, first fill at 55 cents. Again, it's risky. First fill, long SPY at 55 cents. Again, second fill will probably be Second fill will probably be around 48 cents to 45 cents, 10 cent lower. So we did make a new low of day there. So pretty decent bounce there in SPY. Pretty decent bounce. Come on, SPY. Pump it. Pump it. Nice reaction, guys. That was telegraphed. We said we are going to go long right at the sweep of the new low. All right, contracts are ripping here. I'm going to manage the trade now with a break-even stop loss again. Not risking the capital. Break-even stop at 55 cents. We are pushing here. Beautiful. Look at the bounce, guys. TP1 is just before that 1 minute EMA. You could take profits here, but I'm holding for a potential bigger push. Come on, give us a bigger push. Come on, SPY, you got more. Again, I'm long at 55 cents. We pretty much picked that impulse volume candle low. That was a near identical sweep of the low. Come on, SPY, get your big ass up there. QQQ still hovering above its daily chart 7 moving average, holding onto an hourly 50. Come on, SPY. Blast off. BYND seeing some more selling. Still no love for quantum. Trying to sell this market yet again. IWM trying to find a little bit of support. Gold is trying to catch a bit of a bid here. Nat gas still selling a little bit. This is kind of your backtest retrace. The SPY is just weak, 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 weak. If we lose this area, I mean. Come on, SPY. Jesus, it's crazy. Weak, weak, weak. BYND, guys, back under $4 and selling hard. BYND selling hard. Did they hold it again? Yeah, they halted BYND again, guys. Look at the big bounce on SPY. Oh no, it's still open, BYND. Sorry, it's still open. But nice bounce on SPY. Come on. Give us a bit of a move. Break out of this freaking bearish little range here. Contracts are still trying to print a little bit higher here. Come on. Take our 669 calls green and, well, they are green, but take them in the money. Oh, jeez. What the hell was that? Oh my goodness gracious me, guys. News hitting the tape. Stopped out of my calls. What is going on here? That is filthy. Holy moly. That's news, guys. That is news. I don't know what the news is, but that was just filthy. Google went negative, Microsoft dumping, Russell 2000 dumping. Holy moly, guys. That was a nasty decline there on SPY. Talk about rope and doping. Look at the volatility and volume down here. That is filthy. Filthy, filthy. So it's China, US trade tensions, restricting the software to China here. I'm just trying to find the article. It just got buried so quickly there. BYND halted again. That was a hard down move on SPY though. Falling wedge pattern has failed. QQQ cracking past its gap fill. Look at SPY, heavy sell side pressure. SOXS is flying to the upside right now. Look at that move. BYND is at the lows of the session, halted yet again. That was a nasty dip, guys. Market is still melting. Qs have now lost the 20-day moving average. Natural gas selling even more. Again, gold selling. SOXS is still ripping. Gold is now ripping, guys. GLD ripping here. Our GLD 374 calls are almost in the money. Restricting software to China. A little bit of tariff headlines between China and US again. So US considering curbs on exports to China made with US software. So an absolute nasty. That could be a capitulation bottom, but look at GLD ripping here, guys. Our 374 calls are now working quite nicely. That's good to see. That could be the bearish low of day headline. Another increase in trade tariffs and escalation, but SPY's getting gobbled up here. Look at that big fat candle up on SPY. Big bounce. So again, GLD ripping. SOXS is up tremendously on the session. Gold calls are working out well, guys. GLD still trying to shake and move to the upside off of that pump. Yep, GLD calls almost printed in the money there. 374s just came shy of it. SPY catching a nice fat candle bid. So look at SPY. It filled that daily chart gap below. Big candle wick. Volume coming in. BYND still halted. Looks like BYND is probably into a good profit taking zone. If it gaps down again, I would consider trimming those puts. Still haven't taken any profits yet. Looks like a big volume reversal there. A lot of liquidity coming back into the market. It looked like a little bit of a stop loss hunt there by market makers. That was a huge bid back up now. That was crazy. That was a lot of liquidity that just crept back into the market there, guys. That was a big reversal. BYND's back open, guys. New lows for BYND. Now down 6.9% for BYND. BYND still melting lower, guys. I'm going to take a little bit of a trim here on my BYND put options, guys. All right, I got to fill at $3, $3 trim there, guys. I'm going to leave contract as a runner. Look at that full round trip on BYND, guys. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. It's halted again, but I did get an exit there, a little bit of a fill. Nice job, profits there. All right, SPY is looking a little bit better here, more constructive, like it wants to reverse off of that news. Still a lot of weakness in the tape. Gold saw a nice spike. So big gap fill was tagged on SPY there. You're saying we're not going to see under 4K on gold again? I think you will. I think you will. So the market's still trying to firm up off of that nasty 1 minute candle wick low. Excuse me. Gold still trying to move up a little bit. Nat gas caught a bit of a bid. Crude oil still up a couple. Bitcoin up slightly. Netflix down 10%. JP Morgan still struggling on the session. Crazy. Just trimmed, members, I trimmed some of my Morgan Stanley put options for a 50% gain. MS trimmed Morgan Stanley put options, my 160 puts for December, trimmed half for about 50%. I still have two contracts left in the position with a break-even stop loss. All right. So you're back inside that falling wedge. Go figure. SPY's still under some pressure. That BYND candle is just one for the ages, guys. That is crazy. Crazy. It's mind-blowingly cool. Cocoa down 16%. Crazy. Coming in hard. I was also just closed my core weave puts, CRWV, closed core weave puts. GLD still trying to push here, guys. We are still seeing a little bit of accumulation in this market. Market needs to hold this area. If you lose this little bit of a falling wedge pattern before that news dump, then we could revisit the lows. But as long as you chop inside of the apex of this wedge, you could still push up. Alright, this is an aggressive long level on SPY, trying to do a retrace. Again, markets are still trying to hold that falling wedge pattern. It's very aggressive. Size down, volatility is sharp today. Guys, we have a lot of bearish headlines and talk in the group. Again, I just want to reiterate, looking at the market on a structural basis, QQQ is still holding technical strength. So we haven't really breached the 7 and 20 moving average on a closing basis. So just be careful with all this bearish headlines. They love to pump these bear headlines on down days, all for them to gobble it up and shake people out. So I'm going to reiterate again, this market, even though I'm naturally a macro bear, this market is still in a technical strong uptrend, potentially forming a very large inverted head and shoulders on the daily QQQ chart. So just keep in mind, until we really get a crack on the Qs below your daily chart 7 and 20, that's kind of your bigger bearish signal. We haven't got that yet. So just understand, look at the SPX today. Knifing through the 7 and 20, getting gobbled up. Filling that gap fill. This could be turning into one very large bullish formation here, guys. You know, we have the potential for the markets to yet again set up another bull leg here. So you got to take into consideration all aspects, but market participants are buying things up here, guys. You know, you look at that candle. It's a big candle back up. Now, obviously, we're in earnings season, so they could gap markets up and down after hours. That's always a risk, but larger trend is still remaining somewhat intact. Okay? Yeah, you could easily see 662 for sure. But we could still see 676 and 687 before we crack. GLD making a nice move higher here. Better grab some food here. SOXS now up 10% on the session. DraftKings still doing well. Oklo getting slapped around, down 16.5%. QBTS down over 15% at the lows there, catching a little bit of liquidity. Archer down 7, MSTR down 4.8, ENVX down 5.82, BlackBerry down. IWM trying to firm up off the lows. S&P 500 trying to hold steady. GLD gold still trying to firm up, but down 1.65%. Crude oil up 2.27%. I think Dom was being sarcastic. Oh, the world's getting ready for warfare. Let me invest in Google now. Yeah, he was being sarcastic. That's a bit of a sarcastic comment. I read those lines. But again, SPY is into a long level here. Your risk, in my opinion, would just be this little 5-minute hammer candle. If you're wanting to go long, you have a stop loss below this little candle. If you lose this area, SPY should retest the lows. But SPY's looking constructive, like it does want to try to break out of this little falling wedge pattern. A lot of oversold charts intraday. Wouldn't surprise me to see a bounce here in some of your semis. AMD down 4, AI down 4.4, Capital One still holding bullish structure, SOXX down 3.1%. What else we got going on? SMCI down 7. Nasty. Quantum, absolutely no love for quantum stocks. Pretty amazing to see how quickly that thematic trade unwinds. Full force liquidation. EQT down 3.88%. That's kind of telling me that nat gas probably wants to go lower. I know it had earnings, but resource stocks are under some pressure. Intel down 4.3. Lithium stocks under a bit of pressure today. Regional banks are still slightly green, although they have faded from the highs. Walmart, good day for WMT. That's up 1.17. QBTS, new lows. She's down 15.7. Gold still trying to make a little bit of a push here. Silver down 1.27, still outperforming gold a little bit here. But silver definitely. Oklo just printed down 17.2%. Oklo needs some energy. It's getting blown up. Yeah, I know. It was a good area to short. Full round trip, right? I'm disappointed in my amount. I should have just shorted common shares. All right, SPY looking very heavy here. This is troublesome price action once again. We're seeing the S&P trying to break down and lose structure. TXN, that's down 6.8. Steel stocks are coming under pressure. Lyft is down. Backs are still holding steady. Coke, Procter, Lamb Weston, GIS, they're all still holding structure. Excuse me. Nvidia now down 1.6% and drilling. SPY still dripping lower. Micron down 4.3. Baba's seeing a nasty day after was holding relative strength. ASTS down 13.6. RKLB down 9.7. IONQ down 10.8. Excuse me. Whoa. Yeah, I am muted. I'm just resting my voice here, guys. We've been chatting all morning. It's just a tough downtrend. Again, pops are being shorted. Pretty much a almost a broad-based sell-off with a few pockets of performers in your consumer staples. So you can't call it a true market broad sell-off. Considering you still have one, two, three, four sectors of the S&P 500 green. So four sectors green today. The rest are red. You've got XLE greens, XLP outperforming, that's up 0.8. Real estate XLRE, that's up 0.35. And healthcare, also green. Seven consecutive hours of sell side pressure. Yeah, the premiums, the spreads right now on contracts are definitely wider, guys. It's increased volatility day. So market makers are being a little bit, I guess, they're just trying to rope in a little bit more liquidity, make a bit more on the spread as the bounces are big. Remember, when you have a VIX that's up 7.5%, UVXY, you have the VIX almost pushing what up double digits, the spreads will naturally be a little bit wider as bounces are going to be bigger in both directions. So, but yeah, there are moving strange there, Peter. Gold's still trying to make a little bit of a push here. It seems the selling has somewhat abated in gold. 10-minute potential bull flag on GLD. S&P going to the lows of the basement, retesting that huge knife down candle. Again, if you're wanting to trade S&P at a sweep of the low, there is a little bit of a day tradable bounce there. So a sweep of the low, guys, on SPY, there is a day tradable scalp long. Just be very diligent with your position sizing. So I would look for a long on SPY here around 663.50. A little bit of a scalp long. GLD trying to get going here. Crude oil softening up a bit. IWM down 2.35%. Russell. So the Russell is triggering a bit of a head and shoulders formation on your hourly chart. So that's a bit of a concern. Webull not working. Maybe there's a bit of back lag over that AWS outage. Semiconductor SOXX almost down 4% now. BYND up about 7%. Trying to climb. All right, I'm going to go for a long on SPY at a sweep of this low, guys, into this 663.50 area. I'm going to trade long SPY. I'm going to go into 664.0 DTE calls. They're pretty expensive right now. Maybe even 665s might work. Let's see. Yeah, so there is some user reported problems reporting with brokerages, guys. SPY's printing new lows. New lows, guys. New lows. Complete liquidation here on SPY. I'm going to get ready onto these 664.0 DTEs. I don't know why my contract, actually my contracts aren't working as well right now. Yeah, something's weird is happening, guys. There's glitches. My brokerage is now seeing it too. My contracts aren't even moving right now. Those 664 calls should be ripping. All right, guys, there is some troublesome price action across brokers here. Contracts are frozen on the options chain. I'm going to stay away for that problem. I do not like not being able to see the contracts not moving here. That's pretty disgusting. That's very weird. That's very strange. Is anyone else having problems? So I'm also seeing that problem, Peter. Yeah, so there's definitely some cyber issues going on here, guys. That's not good. That's actually very bearish for people. How can they do this on a nasty bloodbath like this? Contracts are not moving? That's crazy. You got to know your contracts, guys. They're all frozen here. They're all friggin' frozen. Puts are printing and the contracts are frozen. This is crazy. Yeah. I got two different brokerages here. IBKR, Questrade, they're all frozen here for me. Yeah, everything's fucked right now, guys. Sorry for my language, but they are fucking gonna melt this market here. This is gonna create pandemonium. If people can't see what their contract values are worth, they're just gonna slap the market sell and hope for the best. Fuck, I'm tempted. What would a market buy do right now? Let's just see. What the hell? No options are working here. This is ridiculous. Should I just slap some calls? I don't want to get filled at this nasty price that's displayed when it really should be lower. I mean, I was wanting to go long SPY off of this level, but now this is bad. This is really, really bad. Yeah, I'm frozen on IBKR. I'm frozen on Questrade. So I got a US brokerage, a Canadian brokerage. Both are frozen. I'm now logging into RBC as well, seeing what's happening there. But I wanted to go long off that level. Look at this fucking SPY bounce. That's crazy. This is disgusting. Yeah, guys, they're not even showing the chain now on some of these things. This is crazy. This is crazy. That's BS. So brokers are under a lot of pressure here. It seems like everyone. So Thinkorswim is fine. TOS, okay. Just full port something live on air. Yeah, I was thinking of just putting in a bid lower. Like, I don't know, I'm guessing the 664s. The last print I got on SPY was, let's see here. I don't even get a print right now. The last print, I think it was at $1.24 on the 674 calls that I saw. Fuck. I should just do a screen record and say I tried going long or I tried going short, and then I can sue CBO for a lost trade. Let me screen record. I'm doing a live stream still. All right, I tried going long off of that level. CBO, you're messing with my gains. I would have put $1 million into that bounce right there. Look at that bounce, guys. That is just filthy, man. What the hell? That is fucking ridiculous. Would have went long right there, guys. That was called out to you live. A sweep of the low right through that 663.50 area and bang. Already a bounce, a full dollar bounce off of that area. That is a lawsuit waiting to happen, guys. Maybe I'll put in the complaint. That pisses me off. Look at that bounce. That's just ridiculous, man. Yeah, falling wedge pattern here, descending triangle. It's trying, but quantum stocks are just nasty. Nasty. Oh, look at that bounce, guys. That would have paid. Those calls would have just printed. All right, now I'm pissed. Now I'm absolutely pissed. You wait all day, hitting a big tech level, and look at that. $1.50 bounce from our level? Like, come on. What the heck? Look at gold, guys. GLD calls are starting to rip. Well, I don't even know, but our gold is trying to break out here of a 10-minute chart bull flag. So again, problems with options chain and contracts. It's not a reported AWS outage. It's something with CBO, I guess, but that's frustrating. It's very frustrating. Yeah, it's working now. Of course it's working. They want you to chase the bounce. I'm pissed though. That yeah, it's working. So that's it. I saw the contracts at $1.24 when I was getting ready to go long. They went even lower than $1.24, I'm sure. Now they're at $1.87 on those 664s. Like, come on. That's crazy. I should friggin' sue them for that. That's some bullshit. That pisses me off, man. I still got some weird price action. It shows the value, but it's not changing. So there's still issues. There's still issues. Hasn't fully corrected itself yet. Yeah, because I'm looking at these 664s. SPY's gone down. The price hasn't even moved. I'm still stuck at $1.87. No, I wondered. That was a little bit of a scalp opportunity off of this bounce. I'm pissed. That was a nice bounce. We would have taken profits already, but come on. Check out the VIX. Yeah, VIX is screaming higher here, up 15%. UVXY, that's retesting $11 here, breaking out to the high side. Spike down. My contracts are still frozen, guys, so is anyone's working? Anybody's contracts working? I'm still frozen. Frozen in time. Should I just put a should I just put an order at $1 on 664s? Yeah. Yep. Code issues from the OPRA. Graham got a message from his broker. Schwab. Thank you, thank you. I don't even see a bid anymore on SPY. All I see is an ask on the 664 calls. Still sitting at $1.86. So my contracts are still messed up. This is crazy, guys. There's gonna be a lot of lawsuits over this. You can't even like, I don't even want to try to close a position or start a new one because you might get a crappy fill. Gold still trying to push. 374s did tap in the money there. SOXS is still flying here. Can't even get out of my SOXS. That's crazy. This is definitely a market-wide issue. Yeah, how are those contracts still frozen? That's some BS. SOXS is still flying here. IWM under 241 and melting. S&P retesting that support level. So that's a failed wedge on SPY. SPY is still melting. SPY new lows there. Again, it's still a big area for your S&P 500, but super weak. Again, SPY is still at a technical long level here. You can take it on the long side with stops tight. I would be taking it long here. Well, I would have taken that first bounce, but I would be taking it again here with this tight stop loss, but obviously contracts are not displaying right. GLD 370 calls are in the money. I don't know what they're worth though. It's crazy. Again, this is a technical support level. You know, you might try to flush to this 662.65, but there is definitely some support here on SPY. Quantum stock still being sold into. Russell still falling lower, down 2.5% on your IWM. IWM is falling. SOXS. There's another little bounce back into the 664. Another trade lost out. So that's crazy. This is brutal, guys. This is brutal. GLD, can't even see what those contracts are. Can anyone tell me what the 374 October 24th GLD calls are? Is anyone's brokerage working? Because GLD is in the money now and starting to rip. Does anyone have an idea what the 374s are now worth? Is anyone's brokerage working? Have been seeing some serious bullish option flow in Tesla now. Honestly, I don't even trust anything in this market today right now. I'm pretty upset about this being broken. I would have traded SPY down here. Can't even refresh gold. Can't even see what my SOX is worth here. Like, come on. This is some bullshit. $4.25. You guys are working? What platforms are you guys on? Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Peter seems to be working. Okay. Mine's not working still. Thanks. Thinkorswim, you're using the hood. So TOS and Robinhood are holding resiliency here. I still got troubles on IBKR, Questrade, and Wealthsimple. Look at that bounce on SPY, guys. That literally was a buy. Fuck me. That was a buy. Trust the force, go blind. I can't. I can't do that. I should, obviously, but I don't I don't want them to fill me at some shitty spread, right? Where it's like, say, you know, I got filled at some nastiness that was like 50% of the money. But that was a huge bounce. Look at that. What a bounce. I mean, come on. That was bullshit, man. That really pisses me off. That's straight up a lawsuit. I mean, that's huge money lost right there. Two different back tests of a key level. Literally called it out here saying that's a long level. Wow. Nice bounce. I'm not even getting a quote on SPY. You see, you bought, did you just slap like a market order, Peter? So Peter bought an IWM call, immediately lost 30%. That's exactly why I don't want to go long. Also, the other Peter sending me a little bit of a chat picture here. Thank you, Peter. You're getting some quotes, 374s, around just above $4. Sell at 3. Okay. Still a wide spread there. Interesting. Wow, look at that bounce on SPY. Thank you, Peter. Look at that bounce. Holy moly, that's crazy. Would have made a killing there on SPY. Would have made a nice 0 DTE killing there. Yeah, bounced off of the daily 50 moving average twice. Good observation. I'm still pretty upset about that. So what time are we? 1:30 outage problems? Imagine I launched a lawsuit. Alba is saying my calls were 665, did a limit order, but never got filled. Not sure if it was glitched, but it was higher than the ask in the bid. SPY seems to be back up and running. My SPY is back up and running. How's my GLD? GLD 374 calls are green and in the money. Let's go, let's go, let's go, GLD. Is everything working now? Or is there still some... Widespread on SPY though, pretty wide. Doesn't seem like my GLDs are refreshing here. There's no way those are still priced at 385. That's crazy. I don't even know how to complain. I don't know if we complain to the brokerage. You know, it's probably we're all screwed somewhere in our terms and conditions that no one reads. Makes them not liable. But we should have a right to complain because look at that. That's a huge trade that we just missed on SPY. Called out here live. We got proof. Said I would have went long. GLD just hit 375. My contracts aren't even moving, so it's still seeing some troublesome price. Yeah, exactly. They'll get right back to me. I don't even know who you would sue. If you'd sue your brokerage, probably your brokerage, or I don't know, the options chain. APK saying former Schwab employee here. Complaints are taken very seriously. So who would you sue? Who would you complain? A complaint isn't enough. They're just going to sweep that. You won't win the lawsuit. Yeah, it'll probably be years and years and years and years. They'd probably pay me out just to keep me quiet. Look at gold ripping, guys. My gold contracts are still not changing. Still stuck at 385 on the 374s. SPY cons are moving, but nothing else seems to be moving in my portfolio. Yeah, 664 SPY calls are ripping. QBTS trying to make a little bit of a push here. There'll definitely be some complaints after today. You know, you're talking about there's some big fish in the market that probably due to this lost a lot of money. You know, we technically didn't lose, we just lost out on potential gains with that little scalping opportunity. But crazy. Thanks for the info there, APK. Cabin saying, does QBTS break out of this wedge or does it go down to the 50 SMA? I mean, it's oversold. I would say it should break out, but quantums just seem to get no love. You know, its 50-day moving average is well below. You're very close to that gap, but you've done a huge sweep of key technicals. I mean, it's gone farther than I expected to the downside. Yeah, I just got the alert now from our brokers too. Issue with OPRA, U.S. options market data. The street-wide issue with the market data resulting in U.S. options pricing being incorrect. We'll provide an update when the issue is resolved. Yeah, you guys can screw off. How about you send me a few $1,000s to buy my silence? Everyone should get a little bit of a kickback from their brokerages and big banks for this. Pretty crazy though. It just shows you how vulnerable we all are. You know, instantaneously, we all can be locked out. We can be frozen. Our money could be trapped. We could get horrible spreads. Yeah, it sounds like we should sue the OPRA. Should we launch a big class action altogether? An international class action lawsuit? I'm always up for a good fight. What do you think? You know, if they were to use my trading history and pattern, I probably, even though I called out a full port, like you said, off of that level, if they were to use my trading history, I wouldn't have full ported that. I'd probably only make a few thousand off of that bounce. But yeah, six figures, I'm okay with that. That's chump change for some of these institutions. You know, it's easy to say, yeah, I would have full poured that level. It's a big difference, talking the talk and walking the walk. I'm still pretty upset. Can't see any of my contracts other than SPY. Can't see my gold. SOXS is frozen. How's the IWM? Yeah, we got the live stream here too. Called it out on SPY. Let's just say we all would have full ported this level and made a killing on the 664 zeros. Yeah, at least a few dozen for a class action. We could muster that up. I've got five different account. I got my own accounts, plus I got five different accounts that I trade off of for other people, family and friends. So I got five with myself, plus everyone in here. We're well over a dozen. 36 to 40 people. That's what you need for a class action? Oh, interesting. That shouldn't be too hard though. All right, gold's still climbing to 375. Is anyone able to tell me what those GLD 374 Friday calls are now worth? I know I entered them at 330. Last we got that print, it was up nicely, but I still can't really see. I don't even want to try selling because I'm nervous that they mess with my spreads here. I'm still getting a 385 print, which I believe it should be higher. Yeah, mine are stuck at 385. Thinkorswim 410 to 450. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Oh shit. Oh shit. This day. Pretty big pop and then a nice dump on nat gas there. Insane volatility there. Still carving out what looks to be another head and shoulders pattern. SPY slapped right back down. Bullshit day with these contracts. SPY getting slapped right back down. All right, there's our next lawsuit. We all would have shorted that reversal. Is that right? No, but in all reality, SPY's still into a bit of a long zone here. I think that every time you keep sweeping the lows, you can buy it for a little bit of a dip. Well, it's still acting very well. GLD calls are still acting very well, guys. Although I can't see them, I know they should be going up in theory. IWM still weak, weak, down 2.3%. Pretty fat candle there on SPY, guys. Look at that candle, guys. Holy moly. What a ripper. Gold seeing some continued strength. GLD pushing. GBTS trying to move with the market here. My contracts are still all skewy, except for SPY. All of my individual tickers. Want to take calls off that level? Literally. Perfect level. 474.80 on GLD calls. All right, thank you very much. I'm going to take some profits off of GLD. No, I can't even do that. My brokerage, I don't want to take a. All I'm seeing is 385. I don't even want to put an order in. Maybe if I put an order for 470, I'll get a fill. All right, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put an order in for 470. See if I get a fill. I'm gonna sell half of my GLD 374s and leave a stop loss at break even. Thank you for that update though, APK. All right, I just put a sell order in for GLD. All right, I actually got a fill there, guys. I did get a fill, so 330. So 42.5% gain there, locked in half of my contracts, 42.5% gain on my GLD calls. Sold half of them. A little bit of top quick distribution. Now the 10-minute chart pattern, 5-minute chart pattern is still looking okay. Looks like you've broken out of a nice flag pattern as well as a potential inverted head and shoulders. So this one could still run into its gap fill on GLD, which would put it back up to call it 377-ish. Your quote charge is 20. That's pretty funny. Run a side business. Try restarting my whole brokerage here. All right. Let's do a big old force stop. SPY still trying to push here. Right at the top of the wedge pattern. We'll see if it can break out here into the end of the day. The S&P 500 is looking quite a bit better here. It is trying to push up. GLD still trying to rip to the upside here. Gold breaking out. SPY trying to trigger a little bit of its first bullish breakout pattern. Anyone taking any plays on Tesla into earnings? Any degen gamblers? Gonna take 500 calls, anyone? Just kidding. 500 calls, that would be up about 15%. Wow. That'd be crazy. Some stuff. They're gonna give us a big facelift here into the close. Tesla's trying to rip. Looks like they might give this market a bit of a facelift here into the close, guys. It's looking like a little, it's trying here. It's trying. If you're long, keep tight stop, keep stops tight. I trimmed half of them. I trimmed half, sorry. Half of them. With a break even at 330. Still holding half. I've still got 5 more contracts. So market's looking a little bit better now. We still have issues, guys. Contracts are trying to move now. Still have some few positions that are a little suspect here. So SPY is trying to break out here. You still got a ton of resistance up ahead, but next stop it looks like 667, then your 5-minute, and obviously prior day low. Gold is still ripping, guys. GLD calls are printing. Yeah, there's a little bit of weirdness going on still with contracts. Predominantly mine are starting to work now, but still a bit of weird price action. Just remember the VIX is elevated, so contracts might be a little bit skewy. Calling IWM looking for constructive. SPY's definitely looking a bit squeezy into the end of the day. Keep in mind we do have Tesla earnings after hours. Tesla's made a nice bounce off of the lows. Your GLD calls went to 523, but my 520 did not fill. Weird. They should be super liquid. That's super weird. Let's see what mine are worth right now. Yeah, I see them at 495.5. That's very weird. It should have another push. It's still strong. You're probably going to get up there, Sarf. I wouldn't worry about it too much. It's probably still going to make a move higher, so maybe it's a bit of a gift that you're going to get a better fill. But gold is acting quite well here. The rest of the equity market is firming up quite nicely here. Gold breaking above its prior day low, and you can see GLD divergence is just testing its prior day low, so I think it should get up. A lot of green appearing on the bottom of these charts. Things are trying to catch a little bit of a facelift into the end of the day. Market's starting to move here quite nicely. IWM pushing. Good job, Sarf. Big squeeze here in the markets, guys. Big squeeze into power hour. SPY breakout could send us back to prior day low. There's a couple resistance points in between, but that's that little upside bull flag target. Tesla's ripping. Everything's catching a bit. Gold trying to retest 4,100. Yeah, the market's not that solid for sure. They could easily sell us back down, but you're being defended off of some larger time frames in the very, very short term. And obviously, holding anything ahead of Tesla, it's a bit of a gamble because Tesla will be influential for the market. That was still a crazy level that they defended. That level was called out to go long. What a crazy, crazy level on SPY. Big bounce. Price was defended. Nasty. Gold still making a little bit of a push higher here. Yeah, we bought already, Dom. We picked up some calls on gold, GLD, so we already bought. We already took first trim on them, but Still trying to push. Gold might want to make a push for 4,100 today. I don't think we've topped out yet. Close, but I think we're still okay. I'm still expecting one more sweep of the highs, but obviously with earnings, anything can happen. Yeah, I think they're gonna push it. I think they're setting this up for a nice earnings pop, and then maybe after this earnings season, they start topping us here. Gold is still ripping here, guys. Gold is still pushing. The GLD spread is starting to widen here on these 374s. We're pushing here. We're up over $2 per contract. Runners are still ripping. All right, guys, I just closed out my GLD calls, took full profits at 570. Nice little gain there. Again, I'm all out of my GLD calls. Was a good and easy trade. Very easy. Nike's good down here. It's a nice retrace. I want to see it get above some weekly chart levels, but you're trying to flatten out the 7 here. So right now you're sandwiched between the 7 and 20. That 7 moving average is starting to curl up, so the trend in the very short term is trying to turn positive. But I think you're going to see more people build into this name. I like the fact that it's strong today in a weak tape, showing a little bit of relative strength. That's always a positive. Yeah, 72% on GLD calls. It's two big trades on gold back-to-back days. All called out here free of charge. Bang, bang. Oof, Liverpool's losing. That's dangerous. Dangerous. It's crazy. It's in gold, guys. Stunning price action. Nice job if you caught that with us. G stocks have made a really wild move back to the high side as crude oil is now up 3.82% and climbing. You've had names like Chevron rip and break out to the upside. XOM has had a really stunning move going for that 115 mark. Why is this lagging here? Follow the yellow brick road, right, Dom? I think we all know who our gold bull is. Look at these. Look at crude oil today, guys. Boom. Look at XOM. Boom. Look at Chevron. Boom. Eye of day. RIG. Ripping. But that crude oil just blasted off into the stratosphere. Like what? Say what? Boom, boom. Yeah, it could run. It could run for a bit. I just take my profits into strength. Gold, the area that I think gold will retest is 4180. I just sell into strength. It's a nice chunk of profit that I made, so I'm happy with my gains. And I usually sell early a lot of the times, but it saved me in this market. You rather make profit, take your gains if the market's going to give you, but it all depends on the position sizing. All right, markets again still look kind of squeezy. Gold's blasting off into the 4100 zone. Rockstar. Anyone still in your GLDs? You are rocking and rolling. Caleb's got the 1031s. You're sitting pretty. Yeah, who would have guessed with oil? I know. SLB having a stellar day. Straight fat bounce in the Russell. They are waving that magic wand. Crude oil taking a bit of a breather here. Tesla's still trying to rip to the upside. Quantum stock still weak on the session, but trying to get a little bit of a push here. Really pissed that the market was acting weird here. That was a huge buy level, guys. Called that out. Called that out, man. Chevron chart looking stellar. Our 155 calls are in the money in green. Boom. Liverpool makes a comeback. They were down 1-0. Now they're up 2-1. Crazy little move. All right, guys, final 7 minutes here. We are seeing a little bit of a dip off that 5-minute EMA. Markets have still had a nice bounce off of the lows. Again, all eyes will be on Tesla after the close. I repeat, Tesla after the close. That's what the market will be watching. You also have IBM, you got Lam Research, you got QuantumScape, you got BKTX. There's a lot of different tickers. Let me show you here. Posted in the trading free Telegram group, guys, a few of the different companies reporting. It's Tesla. So let's just quickly look here, guys. So basically at 4 o'clock, you'll have Alcoa. The big one, obviously, is Tesla that everyone will be watching. Century, Kinder Morgan at 4:05. Ticker KMI. IBM at 4:08. Where's Tesla? Probably 4:15. Why is this glitching? Come on. Lam Research 4:05. 4:07 Tesla. 4:07. All right, guys, that is a wrap. Thank you all for tuning in. We will see you all tomorrow. Again, after hours, Tesla, IBM, a few little smaller banks, couple semiconductors, LRCX, there's QuantumScape, VKTX. We will see you all later. Take care, everybody.